Municipal Council work meeting. It is 11:04, Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. We will have a roll call of the elected officials. We have Councillor Becky Bogdan, Councillor Gary Garrett, myself, Catrice McKay, Councillor Rachel Whipple, Councillor George Henley, and Councillor Craig Christensen. We will have approval of the minutes. February 13th, 2024 work meeting minutes, February 20th, 2024 work meeting minutes, March 5th, 2024 work meeting minutes, October 10th, 2024 work Provo City Housing Summit minutes, October 15th, 2024 work meeting minutes, October 24th, 2024 joint meeting with Provo School District Board. If there are no objections, we will consider the minutes approved. Do you have a question, Gary?
No objection, just a comment on the minutes for the Provo City Housing Summit. I'm not sure who prepared those, but I thought they were very well done and a good summary of that meeting, which I thought was successful.
Awesome.
If anyone wasn't able to attend the meeting, these minutes, I think, could give a good summary of that. As I read through the legislative asks that are part of Rachel's presentation toward the end, good reminders of what we hope to take out of the session. And I know we're talking later today about legislative priorities. This would be a good place to look as far as how we can influence, housing in the city. A great job on the minutes.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, our first item of business is discussion regarding a resolution to place 2-acre parcel of ground located approximately at 1400 North, 2400 West on the surplus property list and authorize the mayor to dispose of the property. To be presented by Tara Riddle, our property manager.
Describe this property. So it's located just south of 2000 North and sandwiched between the railroad tracks and it was purchased back in 1977 for a future substation for our next. Oh, here it is. This parcel contains 2 acres, and as tradition, we did a departmental review where we allow all the departments to look at possibly surplusing the property if that would have any impact. There was no impact except for the power departments. They did not want us to surplus it, but rather look at creating the property if they're terminating their substation. So that's what we're proposing, is that we'll surplus the property, but then trade it for property that's adjacent. So this is the subject property to the north, and we'll be trading it for 2 acres to the south. The reason for this is the property owner that owns the property all around it is wanting to develop. And our lovely 2 acres sits right in the middle of that. And so in order to make them really have an advantage of having a full parcel of ground that doesn't have any encumbrances with our parcel sitting in the middle of it, they asked us to trade. So what they'll be doing is providing us the access that we need from 1680 North to get down to the substation. And then any easements that we'll need in the future that will accommodate any delivery vehicles, and also any of the future power lines that we need to go down to the power station. So this will be a simple property trade. So unlike what we've done with other surplusing where you're actually authorizing the mayor to sell the property, what you'll be doing is authorizing the mayor to trade it for this adjacent piece that's of equal value.
Thanks, Tara. Anyone have questions for Tara? Councillor Bogdan.
Do we currently have any any electrical stuff on the property?
They have been using it as kind of the cemetery for a lot of our big trees. So I think there's stumps and things like that, but we don't have any the power department on it yet.
Okay, yeah, that's something that we are looking at in the future.
That's why we have properties. We want to use it as a future substation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else?
Yeah, so they want to develop.
So the adjacent owner wants to develop it to build houses, or what do they want to do?
No,
We don't-
actually, the adjoining property owner is here, it's gonna be
Okay.
industrial use.
Okay,
And it is sandwiched between I-15 and railroad tracks.
yeah, it didn't sound like
So
the
not
most
ideal for
desirable
housing.
place to live.
No,
Yeah, okay, so it'll be an industrial development space, we will still have access. And it's not an area that would have an adverse impact by us putting a substation there. Okay, thank you.
How is it currently zoned? Will it require a rezone?
for them, no, I think they've got the zoning that they need, and for us, we're fine.
All right, thanks, Trev. We'd like to recognize that the mayor, Michelle Kafusi's joined us. All right, number 2, a discussion regarding the Stormwater Management Program and SWPPP changes. And this will be presented by Carlos Garcia, our Public Works Engineer. I think this is the first time we've seen you, Carlos. Welcome.
Well, thank you for your time. It should be a relatively short presentation. As you mentioned, my name is Carlos. I'm a public works engineer in public services. And one of my responsibilities is to overlook the implementation of our stormwater management program for Provo City. And the purpose of today's presentation is to convey some legislative changes at the state level. So House Bill 507 was initially introduced earlier in the year. Now it's been passed off, now added as Utah Code Section 19-5-108, and it establishes new regulations for how municipalities manage stormwater control runoff. Specifically, with an effective date of January 1st, 2025, so just the next couple of months. It talks about how we reviews when it comes to building permits, stormwater management, construction inspections, and enforcement procedures. More specifically, the new piece of legislation mandates that municipalities have preferred best management practices when it comes to what kind of stormwater control devices we want in place. I'd also implement on-site visits, change to electronic inspections. And lastly, probably the biggest impact is it dictates an enforcement / escalations procedure in which municipalities may not impose fines onto contractors, developers for any violations. From our perspective, citywide, we already do 2 of these things. We already do electronic inspections, so we're ahead of the curve on that. Same with our reviews, we already have our preferred best management practices, so the biggest impact we're really going to have is just the enforcement procedure. As I stated, it prohibits municipalities from imposing any monetary fines for any violations.
So no matter how big the violation is, there's never any fine.
Correct.
How do you guys feel about that?
It's I said it very short. So it's unfortunate, but you know, the reason for all this is just to ensure that we're compliant with state changes.
Right, but the state has done it to appease someone else. Is this a huge issue that people aren't compliant with it?
I don't think so. I think there are other things that we have in our back pocket to ensure that there is compliance. One of which is we still have stop work orders, so if a violation goes
Right.
too far, we can just have them stop construction and then address the violation.
All right, any questions for Carlos? All right, thanks, Carlos.
Thank you.
Number 3, a discussion regarding the Sanitation Fund Balance Appropriation for garbage truck replacement purchase. This was an exciting one. Jimmy McKnight, Public Works Business Manager, we have not seen something on fire yet.
Serious.
Yeah. Oh, we saw a picture.
Was that recent?
I bet you some kids were very excited if they were out there, like, it was an exciting day in the neighborhood.
Yeah, this was an unfortunate event. It's a flashy picture, but it did destroy a very expensive piece of equipment. The picture tells the story. There was an electrical issue that caused the damage that you can't replace or repair. And so we're looking to replace this garbage truck. We have proposed to use the sanitation fund balance, which would require an appropriation from the city council of $385,000 to purchase this replacement.
How old was the garbage truck? Do we know?
4 years.
Oh, that's so sad.
And is there any or is there any value at all to the truck? I mean, scrap, is it just metal or is there any value?
I'm sure there will be a little bit, maybe, but we're not anticipating. I mean, the body is, or the acre, I guess they call it, is metal, but I don't know. We're trying to do whatever we can.
All right, Gary Garrett.
I should probably know this, but is the city self-insured on these types of losses?
Yes.
And do we know what caused the electrical fire?
Any warranty?
Or like, were rats chewing on the wires or something like?
Yeah,
There's
I'll
usually a
Shane answer
reason.
that if he knows of anything.
Just quickly, our sanitation trucks are probably the most heaviest used piece of equipment that we have. The sanitation trucks have, I cannot tell you how much wiring runs through those trucks in order for them to operate. And oftentimes those can wear the wires. Our fleet manager kind of determined that some of the wires may have worn down and caused an electrical arc, and therefore starting a fire near the electrical box. Yeah, the truck is completely destroyed. It's basically just metal that we may be able to salvage and get some reinforcement for. So how much left to it?
So are you now doing inspections on all the other ones and looking at their wires?
Our sanitation trucks are always in going through for repairs and service. Again, those vehicles specifically are in the shop more than any other vehicle or any other piece of equipment that we have. Just because they're operating so heavily and doing so much work during the week. So yes, constantly.
Given that those vehicles are super expensive and they get worn hard, does it really make sense for us to be doing that in-house, or would it make more sense to contract out to another entity that has to worry about it?
So the minor services we do in-house, heavier services, instead of like inspections, those kind of things we do in-house. Things that do require much more heavy mechanical services, we do send those out to get.
Well, and I'm thinking about sanitation generally. Like, would it be better to contract with Republic or some other waste management services so that we don't have to do this maintenance?
That's always an option. It's been discussed in the past. I think in past discussions with administration, city council, there's a benefit that we feel. One of the things I can say that we are looking at that I think helps this situation, and I won't go into it, I'll keep it very simple, is what we call a buyback program. Instead of owning the trucks for 7 years and then replacing them, we're looking at similar to what we do with our excavators, our heavy civil construction equipment. We have companies that the same company we purchased for it will buy it back after a year, and we'll get that brand new one replaced. And the cost for that is pretty minor compared to, and so over time, we'll be able to replace all of our sanitation vehicles, and then they will be all bought back. And so we'll have new vehicles every year.
Would they have bought back one that we torched like this?
Yeah.
Okay.
That comes back into the maintenance. And that's one of the reasons why we do it, because they are so heavily needing maintenance. I think this would be a very good program for us. We're looking to actually start implementing that this year.
So would this new one that we're looking at purchasing be under that kind of contract?
Yes, so the new one that we are purchasing will be under that. We'll have actually 2. We have, I think, 14 sanitation trucks.
14 residential, that'll actually at the end of this year will have
6
going into that.
So yes, 2, and then we have another. So yes, so we're already starting the program. So this will help especially with our fleet department, they're always concerned with our sanitation trucks because they operate during the day. And so our fleet mechanics don't get to have the trucks available to them at all times. So it's a challenge. This is gonna help substantially with this situation that we just experienced. So
This will put all of
Oh,
our trucks
Mike.
at all times.
always under warranty.
Thank you, Shane.
All right, any other questions?
Just want to point out something. Go back to the picture. I picked up on this. And I told Chief, I said, what's with this cutout triangle in the back? And he said, literally, it was getting so hot. They're laughing, but he said, we had to get our torch and cut it out because we didn't want it to explode because it was, the garbage was heating up and bubbling and boiling and it's like, I can't believe you picked up on that, Mayor. I said, I'm just making it big and looking at all of it. I wonder why is there a cutout there?
So this is a step above a dumpster fire.
It would be a great meme. It is a great, it would make for a great meme.
All right, thanks so much. All right, next discussion regarding the Provo Airport Snow Removal Equipment Building, and this is presented by Brian Torgerson, our Public Works Division Director.
Good morning. Sorry.
Didn't we make you an airport director? Am I forget, have we not done that yet?
I am the airport director.
Division director for the air, okay, yes.
Good morning. For all the hard questions, John is going to join me as well, but we'll let you get to that. So we wanted to come and present the option of an interfund loan in order to help us construct our snow removal equipment building. So partially funded by the FAA, but about half of that will be funded by airport revenue. So we wanted to present on that. But before I get too much into that, I just want to give you all maybe just some information on snow removal at the airport. So it's one of those things that happens without you knowing it, most of you. And so we are required to split up our surfaces at the airport into primary surfaces, which are those surfaces that are necessary for air carriers to operate. And so the area in red is our primary runway, and as well as our primary parallel taxiway. And then you can see the terminal apron as well as part of that primary surface. So in all, it's about 2.4 million square feet of surface area, which is equivalent to 46 million miles. So I was surprised at that number. It seems really big, and it is, especially when you consider the fact that we are required and expected to clear that in 30 minutes. And so much of our equipment demand, and that kind of leads over into personnel as well to operate the equipment, is based off of that requirement to clear that in 30 minutes or less. So this is this is the pride and joy of the Provo Airport right here. Equipment. So when I arrived at the airport back in 2021, this was kind of our fleet. And you can see we have two snow plows. They're hand-me-downs from streets from way back. I don't know the exact year those were sent to the airport. They had their life in streets before they went to the airport. So we put a bigger plow on the front of them, so our plows are much wider than those that you'll see running around town. And then we have a loader as well as a broom. So there in the middle, you'll see that is a FAA funded piece of equipment. It's a runway, high-speed runway broom. Interesting, I'm sure you all know, but we cannot use salt at the airport at all. And so that creates challenges in removing snow and keeping it off the runway. The reason for that is corrosive. So corrosion and airplane parts don't mix real well. And so the way we combat ice is we don't allow it to collect on the runway to begin with. And so that's part of what those brooms help with. And then This is a snow blower. It's an Army surplus, 1957 Oshkosh snow blower. A little fun with this one right here. Maybe if we can get this to play. Sorry.
I know, I wondered what that was on the thing.
It's an amazing video.
Oh.
It shows the operations of that 1957 piece of equipment. So, when I arrived at the airport, the mayor and I started receiving some letters from the FAA.
And what, because you arrived at the airport.
Well, that certainly raised some questions when I got there, but we also had a visit from the FAA's Northwest Mountain Region Director, Heather Fruick, who is over 7 states of the FAA, so pretty high up there. Came and visited with the mayor and Isaac and Wayne and I at the time and said, "You got some work to do. Your snow removal program is not sufficient. Your certification is at risk, and you need to take this seriously." And so, what that means, we have to maintain a certification to allow commercial service here at the airport. A large part of that is snow removal. And so we were sufficiently warned, I guess, and we went to work. And so over the last couple of years, we've been acquiring additional snow removal equipment. We bought several new brooms. We bought a big snow scraper to help us with the terminal building. And then there on the far right, we ordered 2 plow broom combos, which is a plow and a broom with one driver. It's pretty efficient. That way you can operate essentially 2 pieces of equipment with one operator. And so those are actually pictures of Salt Lake's broom plow combos, but we actually received ours just a couple of weeks ago. So it took about 2 years to build. But we received those. Problem is we have nowhere to park them. We spent almost $2 million and our current building is filled up with our vehicles and the broom that was funded by the FAA. And so we're actually, we negotiated with a hangar owner to use a portion of their hangar for this winter, so that those vehicles could be out of the weather. Awaiting completion of our SRE building. So we feel pretty good about this addition to our fleet. Will help us immensely in keeping up with those storms and the increased expectation from our airline partners as they get more and more operations they expect us to perform. I will say in the last 2 years, there has not been a single delay due to runway or taxiway conditions. I'm not going to say there weren't weather delays, but it wasn't because of the conditions on the ground. We can't control what happens in the sky, but we can sure get it off the runway. So we're pretty proud of that with our limited staff. We got guys that work all day and then it snows, so they get called back to first snow night. So we have 7 full-time operations specialists and then managers, myself. Also take on snow removal duties. We split it up into 2 shifts, a morning and a night shift. And so we love it to snow in the mountains and rain in the valley. So a little bit about the SRE building. It is a requirement of the FAA that our snow equipment be stored in the building. If you read in here, it says it needs to be in a building that's maintained at 50 degrees. And that's for obvious reasons. It's pretty hard to get out and remove snow when you're clearing icicles from your windshield and things like that. So, as well as, some of this equipment's pretty temperamental and you're breaking ice chunks off of it to get it to work. So this is just a site plan. We're under design. We've actually signed a contract with a contractor. We selected a contractor to help us through the design, and they're really close to starting the dirt work on this building. So this right here is 550 South, so it's the street immediately south of McCour's greenhouses, just off Lakeview Parkway. And so, like I mentioned, we got about 8.7 million coming from the FAA to construct this, and then 7.9 million will come from airport POC revenue. But those POC revenues come based on employments every year. So POC is a fee that is approved by the FAA to be collected by the airport for specific projects. So the best I can compare it to is like an impact fee. So we have to make an application to the FAA. They approve the fee to be charged for a specific project. So we can't just use POCs for whatever we want. It has to be used for those projects that are approved by the FAA.
So it's a new charge, but it's not gonna be a lump sum of 8.7 million. You're just gonna collect it until you've reached 8.7 million.
We collect it monthly. So it's based off of employments, which are passengers getting on in Provo. So every airline that employs a passenger in Provo sends us a check every month. It's $4.50 per passenger. They get to keep 11 cents of that for their administrative fees. So we get $4.39 a passenger. But again, those can only be used for projects, capital projects that the FAA approves in your application to collect that. So right now we have this project that's been set up. Once we collect that amount, we can no longer collect it unless we have a new project set up, and we have to apply for each project individually, which is our intent. So as this starts to get close to the end, we'll have another project to submit. So again,
So how long will it take you to get 8.7 million, do you think, from
it's about 4 years. So based on our current employments, we're just right around 2 million a year. And so and John will show you this a little bit in our payback schedule. And that's anticipating that our employments stay where they are today.
So how are we paying for?
Oh,
This
this is where John gets to go
Okay.
through the good stuff. So, John, if you don't mind coming up, John has been an amazing support, and but we've known we had the FAA money for a long time, and so we've been working. Obviously, we ordered equipment 2 years ago, and we're now just getting to build the building because we've been trying to figure out how to fund it. And so, I'll let John talk about the funding just a little bit.
So as Brian mentioned, the interfund loans are really necessary just because of the timing of the PFC revenue. We kind of have a good idea when it's going to come in. We just don't have the funds to go ahead and construct the facility right now. And so what we're recommending is that we actually do 2 interfund loans. One with Mountain Vista, which the way that the money got into Mountain Vista was the sale of property over Mountain Vista. And the plan and the intention from the beginning of the Mountain Vista project was to utilize that money for economic development. And so in my mind, I think this is closely related, but yet it will be repaid back. So it'll just be a period of time when that money wouldn't be available until it's paid back for other economic projects. And then 3.5 million that would come from the energy loan fund. I wanted to just give you kind of an update on our interfund loans.
John, could I ask you just a quick question? So how much is in the Mountain Vista Fund? Do we know?
The $4 million loan would pretty much deplete. It's about 4 million right now. We also have some other funds that are in there, but those are set aside to potentially pay back to USX. And so we agreed when we started the project due to reclamation that we would share some of the land proceeds. And so we've got some money set aside for that. But over and above that, there's the 4 million. There's also an outstanding $2 million loan, and that's this one right here for $2,029,000. And that was going to be paid back with sale of property and with the development, actually increment from the development associated with the golf course. And that project just has not happened yet. But so that loan has been sitting there, and if those lots are sold and we collect that increment, and then that would be paid back as well, which would give them In addition from the 4 million, another 2 million. So they have about 6 million. They got that paid back. Does that answer your question?
Counselor Bogdan.
Yes.
I have a couple actually, but the first one is, while we're on the Mountain Vista and the golf course, does that have to do with the medical college?
Yes. There was an anticipated housing development project that was going to come in conjunction with the medical school. And it just has not happened to this date. And so it hasn't happened when we anticipated it would.
And that's all part of our redevelopment.
Yes, and then what happened was the increment, the additional property tax that would come back to that project would be utilized to repay this loan.
Right.
And if that project happens, you know, then when it happens, I guess you should say, then it will take place, but it just has not happened yet.
And when you talk about energy loan fund, what does that mean?
Okay, so, well, I guess what I'm referring to is just the energy is making the loan. And I wanted to kind of give an update on the interfund loans, and specifically energy loans, for a minute.
You can do that, and then I have more questions, yeah.
Perfect, great. So this is kind of as of right now, and we've just had in the last couple months, two of the energy loans paid off, okay? The loan for the airport terminal project, which initially was $9 million, we were waiting for MAG funding. We received that MAG funding and that loan has been paid off. And then the next one, which is the workday implementation, which was done about 5 years ago, was just the final payment was just paid off. So both of those are no longer have balances. And then the first airport property purchase loan is listed on the screen. It started at 4.9 and it's now at $3 million. And what's been happening with that loan is we've been doing an annual payment and coming back to the council each year and asked to do an appropriation out of the general fund or a transfer to cover this loan because the airport wasn't in a position to make a loan. There's a slide subsequent to this, but that we feel confident, and we met with the airport, we feel like in 2027, that we would be able, the airport would be able to start making that payment. And then should say Epic Sports Park, there was a loan that was based on county highway transit revenues. It's a 10-year loan from energy to the engineering CIP so that infrastructure could be put in. That one's in place and those payments come in annually and it will be paid back with those payments. But there is a $2.8 million balance started at 3.1 that's outstanding. And so right now, just for the energy fund, there's about 5.8 million outstanding on 2 loans that are there now. And then also we have some golf course improvement loans. We talked about that one already based on the tax increment. And then the golf course shed, which is just a loan between Park CIP and the golf course. And that's set there and the principal payments have already started being made. And that's a 7-year term. And then down below are the 2 loans that we are recommending as part of this discussion. 4 million from Mountain Vista and 3.5 million from energy. And so my message is that we take these interfund loans serious and we manage them and do everything that we can to make sure that those payments are made timely so that the funds, whether it be energy or any other fund that's extended the loan receives it. Also, as part of this recommendation is that we have a state pool rate where the city invested funds, and currently it's a little over 5%. And so what we've done and what we plan on doing in the future is if a loan is made, such as energy or the Mountain Vista Fund, we want to protect them. And so we have it be a variable rate based on that state investment pool rate, which changes monthly. And that way the fund is not hurt or worse off by making that loan. It does still impact the liquidity, because those funds are not available until they're repaid. But, that's kind of what we follow. And so, you just, if there's any other slides, so I'm just talking about. This is what we talked about, this fiscal 27, which would actually be, we make that payment in the February, March timeframe. So that would be a year of February, March. So the February, March payment, we're coming back, we plan on coming back to the council and recommending they make that payment in 26, but the following year, that wouldn't be needed. And then this is the proposed repayment plan. The funding would be available to start making the Mountain Vista loan payment of $2 million in 2026, 1.5 in 2027, and then 2028 would be the last 500. And then for energy, it would be 1.5 million payment in 2028, and then a 2 million payment in 2029. On top of those, the interest payments would be just made monthly, and then they would be paid that interest based on the state pool rate. I would also mention that I did have a chat with Scott Bunker about this, and he was supportive as my discussion, but then I'm happy to answer any questions.
Counselor Bogdan.
Okay, John, so my understanding is that energy has so much of a surplus in their fund balance because they need so much. And currently, how many days of operating balance do they have? And if we take out this 3 million, how many will they have?
Okay, so I looked at this, did a review. I heard you had questions. I wanted to come as prepared as I could be. And so one of the metrics that's used is called days cash on hand. Okay, and what that metric means is that if energy was shut down completely and didn't have any revenues, how many days did they last by what they saved up to be able to pay their bills with them being closed? Okay, and right now, my calculation, they're at 102 days. Okay, now 102 days is assuming that the 5.8 million still hasn't been repaid. Okay, if they didn't have any interfund loans at all, they would have 131 days. Okay, and if they extend this loan that we're talking about of 3.5 million, then that would move them to 84 days. Okay, now kind of a goal and the metrics that they look for is 120 days. That's kind of a standard that they like to be at, which they would be slightly ahead of that if they didn't do interfund loans, but they are below that. And so my message is when we do interfund loans, it does impact their liquidity. And so there's always different costs and elements that you have to take into consideration. But my assurance is that our history has shown that we pay those loans back when they're due, and that we are very committed to do that. And there are these other loans that are outstanding, the two that I mentioned, that they're going to be making payments on and paying as well. And so there is an impact, but based on where we're at and what the needs are and this timing issue dealing with these revenues that Brian talked about, I still recommend that we do the loan.
I appreciate that, but I'm very concerned that we're sacrificing energy like this. Has the energy board made a statement on this at all? On how they feel about it going forward?
God can answer that, or Charlie.
Hi, Charlie Little. Yes, we had a board meeting last night, and the board said that they unanimously approved this loan with the caveat that they would like the council to keep in mind that it does impact our liquidity, and that APPA and the bonding agencies are now saying that the new industry standard is 365 days of cash on hand, which is substantially more than our stated goal of 120 days. So we are working toward that industry standard. It'll take a long time, and this type of activity of interfund loans does impact our ability to do that.
And are there utilities that actually have 365? That seems like so extreme.
Yeah, yes, there are utilities that do have that, but this was just within the last year that they updated that standard. And, it really only comes into play when we're looking to bond. And so that's also something to keep in mind. It's a metric that they look at if and when we decide to make the bond for capital improvements.
I would mention that we meet with the bond rating agencies on a regular basis. Dan, so do we once a year, twice a year?
At least once a year on energy.
It's once a year, and there's always a discussion about our interfund loans, because we're very transparent, it's included in our financial statements. And they ask questions and whatnot, and sometimes they'll mention briefly in their comments, but I would mention that our bond rating is still excellent. What is our bond rating on energy, Dan? Do you know? It's AA rating, so.
Okay, George Henley.
So I think I asked this question once before and I'm not remembering your answer, so I'm gonna ask it again. Why do we have to have interest from our own funds? I don't understand why we're paying ourselves interest.
Well, typically energy they operate their enterprise fund as a business, and their goal is to be able to meet the needs of the residents, okay, and the use, and therefore, if we were to not pay them back interest, then they're really hurt by not being able to earn the interest they would have had they not extended the loan. And so that's the reason. We're really just trying to provide them value for the money that they're loaning.
But that's also money coming out of the taxpayer's pocket as well. So it seems to me like we're adding to the cost of loaning to ourselves. I just don't see the reason for it. And why are we doing it? If that's the case, why are we doing it with Mountain Vista as well? Why do we have interest there?
You know, I could follow up in a subsequent meeting, but really the state has some guidelines on interfund loans, and I think one of those is that we do charge ourselves interest. I can check on that, but I would hate to be in a situation where you have a fund that, particularly with the residents, that has been built up from their rates, okay, and then we take that and we apply it to help us with the airport, even though the money came in through the rates that they charge and the service they provide to energy. And so that's a question. As far as the Mountain Vista Fund goes, it's a time value of money issue. And as we collected and sold that property, if they didn't receive any interest for a loan they extended, then eventually you're eroding their base and the purchasing power on what you could do from those land sales, but still, it's up for discussion.
Yeah, I mean, but we're talking about $1.3 million more. That's essentially, we're paying 1.3 million, if I'm doing my math correctly, something like that, 1.4 million dollars more, so that we can loan to ourselves to get this project going sooner. So that every other penny is accounted for, but we're paying that much more just to loan to ourselves.
And it's more of that because right now rates are a little bit higher. Once again, this is assuming rates stay the same, and they may drop, or but this is based on the current rate environment. But yeah, you're right. That is on there.
So it's not, I mean, I think we have to be really clear that it's not entirely covered by the FAA and by the fees. We'd still be putting out $1.4 million.
We've accounted for that. So the total payback amount is the revenue that we get from PFC. So we're not loaning ourselves more principal than we can handle the payback with interest.
Oh, okay. So the previous total, what was it, 7.8, 8.7 or whatever accounts for that interest? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
I mean, okay. I mean, it's still money that if we weren't putting toward this interest, we would be, presumably, we'd be gathering those fees for some other project.
I don't think energy would give the money without the interest. We'd have to go out in the market and get a loan, which would be significantly higher interest.
And if I could just piggyback on that, I can't speak to the Mountain Vista one, but from the energy one. John said he would look more into the law, and I can look into the statute. I can look more into the case law if we need to too, but off the top of my head, it seems to me that. Although there is overlap, the ratepayers and the taxpayers are not exactly the same group. So I think the ratepayers could have a claim if their rates were being used to fund taxpayer fund. So if they're paying rates into the energy fund, and that money is going into the general fund to fund taxpayer-based things, and they're not getting paid back for that, it seems to me like they would have a claim related to how their rates are calculated.
Okay. Well, I would appreciate any more information on that, just to make sure that we're not overcharging ourselves, or, if it just seems like, I don't know. Again, that makes more sense to me. I guess it just seemed always odd to me that we would ever need to charge interest when we're basically moving money from one department to another.
Good news is there's interest revenue in one place, interest expense in another, and the two equal out from the city as a whole perspective. Yeah, I'm happy to look into it. I actually have a file that has the specific guidelines from the state auditor's office on interfund loans. I'll look at that. Brian can check it out, and we're happy to get back with you. If this item moves to on the council agenda, we can get back with you then or sooner, so.
Because I mean, that the selling point to me is that if this money's already going to get reimbursed, and we just need to give ourselves a loan to get it going sooner than later, then it seems like the big sales pitch is, and this won't cost you anything because it's your own money, sort of thing. But if it is actually by law requiring us to charge some interest, I certainly think we would be interested in the lowest rate possible, rather than, because we're just adding to the price tag of what we're doing.
There is a cost. Right, because energy is without this. Now they're going down to 84 days. So if they're without, they're
not getting their own interest, which they would have been getting if it was in.
Not only are they not only getting their own interest, but they're out the liquidity, right?
Well, but that would have to apply to Mount Vista as well, right? Which,
and I think
yeah,
the goal that we've had is that let's meet this timing difference need, and let's also not harm the fund that we're loaning money from, and treat them as if they hadn't made the loan. That was the goal. So anyway, we can get back to you.
Okay, thanks.
All right, any other questions for?
Just a couple.
Councilor
So
Whipple?
to go back to this cash on hand, how much cash on hand would we need to have the recommended 365 days?
I'll have to look at it. So it wasn't 165, it's 365.
365.
We could do the calculation. Well, I can let you know in a few minutes if you want. I've got the information here. I can let you know. I just need to calculate it.
Sure, Charlie, do you know how much that would be?
Right now we've got 100 something, right? Our goal had been 120, but now they've tripled that for us.
So at 131 days, they have 26 million, okay? So if you doubled that, that would be 52 million. And that would give you 260 days. So probably around 63 million, 64 million, something like that. So about 3 times what they have right now. Yeah.
Do we need to have a goal to try to hit that standard?
I personally would really question it as a resident of Provo.
Yeah.
That you're wanting to increase my rates so that you can have this,
Cash on hand.
what I consider to be an unreasonably high number.
So why are they recommending such a high number? Is it because of like wildfires or other risks that different utilities are seeing?
Yeah, they're justifying it by the increased number of natural disasters that are decimating the grid in other areas of the country, as well as, well, piggybacking off of that, insurance rates are skyrocketing to cover those problems. And we've seen quite a bit of volatility in natural gas prices. We've seen some of the cities in Utah through UAMs blow through their entire savings through a couple of days of bad natural gas prices. So all of that combined creates a lot of volatility in the energy market, and the bonding agencies want to be as risk averse as possible. So they want the burden to be on us to have as much money set aside as possible. So that's why they're making these new recommendations.
So have we done our own kind of risk assessment to see which kind of disasters we anticipate would affect our area, and we have money set aside to address those? Because we don't necessarily have the same wildfire situation that you have in like California or Oregon, where you're going through the woods. I'm just trying to see why we feel good about 120.
That's all new, right?
Okay.
This is all new information to us too, within the last few months, 365 days. We brought it. It's all new to us as well.
Okay.
It's not something that we even set that standard for ourselves yet. We met last night, talked to our board about it. We discussed about it. We talked about going back and doing some of our own research. But we said we include those kind of issues. Certainly, heavy hurricanes in this area. Tornadoes are very rare, those types of things. We do have some wildfire concerns. We do have the urban wildland interface up on the bench. But we have some concerns with that area. Should something happen and the power line go down and start a fire, there is some hazard there, but probably not to the extent that they're seeing in the Northwest.
Yeah.
So there are certainly some issues. But I would concur with John. I'm not sure that 365 days is the number we need to reach. And that's what we're going to be researching, actually told our board here.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll be assessing what's the appropriate level for us based on our particular geography, what we're seeing with market forces, and how well you've already diversified your sources of energy. Okay, I like that. Would that sort of thing be persuasive to the bonding agencies where you say, look, we're not being the standard and here's why?
That's probably the question better asked again. He deals with them a lot more often than I do, but they are pretty specific. They are pretty specific. I mean, we can look at ways to mitigate. Sorry. Yeah, the bond agencies, rating agencies are pretty specific in what their requirements are, and they'll listen to other considerations. Ultimately, they're the decision makers on whether or not they factor those in, and they tend to stay consistent kind of from utility to utility. So we could look at those types of things and have those discussions, which we will. I'm not sure how those will actually turn out.
So they don't want to hear why we're exceptional.
Right, right.
Okay. Interesting. So if we were to not use the energy fund for this because we want to preserve the cash on hand, what would be the alternative source of funding right now to do this project? Is there an alternative that could still meet the needs?
My recommendation would be external financing.
Okay. And would that interest rate be comparable to this or higher?
You have to look at it and see. We haven't really looked at that very seriously. You know, the interfund loans seem to have worked pretty well.
Yeah.
In the past. One other option that we debated about that could be done is with this repayment schedule here to pay energy back first and then pay back the Mountain Vista Fund second, and then that would just be basically a 3-year loan, and that would get energy paid back sooner.
Okay. And the Mountain Vista one, is that related to the RDA?
It's related to sales of property at Mountain Vista.
Right.
And so that money that we've collected is actually not included in the basically the RDA. It's just included in a separate fund we call Mountain Vista, and we've been very close to account for it, and it's there.
Okay.
So it's separate, distinct.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for me?
Just one other quick question. I would imagine that when we do inter-fund loans, it also gives us as a city more flexibility. In case of worst case scenario, we have the flexibility in terms of how we make payments as opposed to an external source, which it's due on the date. Is that part of the strategy as well?
I think so. And then what the good thing about it too is, I mean, we really, if the biggest concern about interfund loans in my mind is that they get paid back timely and they get paid back when they are. And then, of course, as Becky brought up, if we were to have some emergency and need those funds. So we tried to not go crazy with interfund loans. We tried to keep the repayment schedules as short as we feel like we reasonably can so that we can get them paid off. And I think it just does provide better flexibility. And so I think it's better for the city as a whole, assuming that we just keep adequate balances to manage the city.
All right, thank you, John. Anything else for John?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Next, we'll have a presentation regarding the wastewater project financial update. Will be presented by Gordon Haight, our Public Works Director.
Thank you. I appreciate being able to come to the city council and talk about the wastewater treatment facility. When I first was hired here about 3 years ago, this was the most exciting and important project in public works, and it still has that place. And it's been really fascinating to watch how effectively the city's been in getting this project done. It's state of the art. It's going to last us through a number of future changes in terms of what are going to be the environmental requirements. And so this is a really critical project for the city, and it's gone forward in a really progressive manner in terms of what we've seen other communities doing and throughout the state and in other areas. And it's just state of the art and how it's handling wastewater. So we wanted to turn some time over to Dave to give a little bit description of what we're looking to do with the funds. And then Jimmy's going to talk a little bit about those funds. And then we'll have Dan talk about how that would all work out.
So I wanted to first thank you for the opportunity to come and talk about our wastewater treatment plant. It talks about sewer financial update, but really we're mostly going to talk about, we're going to talk about the wastewater treatment plant and the project that we're doing. And I'll try to give enough background to kind of all of us are new to this from when it first started. And so there's a lot of information, and I'll try not to get into too much detail, but try to set the story well enough. So all of this began before any of us were involved, including myself, Gary, Gordon, the mayor, all of, most of the administration. This project all began long before any of us were involved. The Water Quality Board adopted a new rule that went into effect January 1st of 2015, that the wastewater treatment plant had to start monitoring phosphorus coming into and out of the treatment plant. And then that rule also went into effect January 1st of 2020, that we had to start meeting a regulation of 1 part per million phosphorus. The current plant, so the current plant, if you look here, this is the old plant, and you can, it's hard to see, but it was crumbling, falling apart. It was well past its useful life. And the current process that we had at the time was incapable of meeting that new rule that the Water Quality Board and the EPA had enacted. At that time, Mayor Curtis and the city council at that time directed staff to evaluate numerous options of how we could implement and effectively treat the wastewater to meet the new rule. We evaluated numerous processes, including retrofitting and rebuilding the existing plant. We evaluated building a new plant
on the current location. We evaluated moving the plant to a whole new location. We even evaluated the possibility of regionalizing with multiple cities surrounding us, and building a regional plant that would help service all of those communities. So kind of where we are is ultimately the city council at that time directed us as staff to design and construct a new wastewater treatment plant, state-of-the-art membrane plant on the existing site. And so that's what we move forward with. The plant that we were directed to build is using the best available technology at the time. It's a membrane bioreactor plant that really focused on doing our part to help the water quality issues with Utah Lake. As everybody's heard in the news, all of the algae issues that affect Utah Lake, and this was the process that was selected to help best treat the water quality and help maintain and preserve the resource that Utah Lake is. So in 2017, Provo, along with nearly every other wastewater treatment plant along the Wasatch Front, applied for a variance to this rule to postpone when it would take effect. So the deadline for us to begin treating wastewater to meet that rule was January 1st of 2020. We applied for a variance and were granted it to postpone when that went into effect to January 1st of 2025. So coming up in a little over a month. So it was about this same time in 2017 that Mayor Kafusi took over for the departed Mayor Curtis. And one of her first decisions as mayor, along with the city council, was to continue to support moving forward with this project and pursue funding for this project. So I'm going to go back to this slide here. So at that time, per the direction of the mayor and the council at that time, we evaluated numerous funding sources and scenarios. And it was ultimately decided to pursue funding from the Utah Water Quality Board. And I have to give credit to the mayor and the council at that time for their support and their ability to make a rapid decision. And I think due to their support and their active involvement in that decision, we were one of the first to move on updating our facilities to meet the new rule. And as a result of this, we were fortunate enough and have benefited significantly. Provo City was one of the first to make application for funds from the Water Quality Board. And this allowed us to secure several major key pieces of equipment and get contracts in place with contractor and design firms prior to none of us could foresee the effects that COVID has had, the pandemic. I think due to their quick action, we escaped a lot of the effects of the inflation has had due to the pandemic. We haven't escaped all of them, but due to their support, it helped avoid a lot of the impacts that inflation did have and continues to have. The project at that time was estimated to cost $120 million. And the council at that time opted to borrow $120 million. And so we went to the Water Quality Board and requested that amount. The Water Quality Board only granted us 77.8 of that 120 million. So roughly 2/3 of what we had asked for. Due to that, we were directed to make some significant cuts to the scope of the project to get it to within $100 million. Let me skip forward to here. So by making these cuts, we knew we were taking on some calculated risks, but we did everything we could to continue to meet the new rule and stay within the budget that we had established. And some of the risks we took actually failed. We cut things out of the project, and we took a risk on those, and they didn't work out. And so we had to scramble to find a way to get those back within the scope of the project and still stay within the budget that we had. And as a result, we had to sacrifice some of the things. One of the things that's sacrificed out of the project right now is we don't have any money to do any landscape improvements. So the way you see it, where it's all dirt, is that was sacrificed out of the current project to do any of those types of improvements. The majority of the cuts that were made, though, were made to remove bioreactors, all of the bioreactors, all three of the membrane bioreactor trains were removed out from the scope, as well as we made the decision to try and rely on the electrical system, the old electrical system that feeds it. We also removed the admin and operations building, the lab and the collections building. And we felt we could make these cuts work, but it was only temporary. And they made us vulnerable for permit violations. And as the mayor can attest, the last two water quality board meetings, they have levied fines against 2 communities that have had permit violations. And so, that's what keeps me up at night, is the fear of not being able to treat the wastewater due to a failure. The state approved these cuts since they were the major funding source. They had to approve these cuts, but their funding package was under the requirement that we would construct a complete project. And they were reluctant to make these cuts, but they did so knowing that they only had $78 million to give us instead of 120. But their idea of a completed project was to construct all 3 of the bioreactors and any other necessary improvements that wouldn't make us vulnerable. And they didn't put this into writing, but they communicated it verbally that these cuts were expected to be added back in within a 10-year period. And we're roughly about halfway through that 10-year period. So like I said, they didn't put it into writing, but that was their verbal expectation. So partnering with the state and their desire to help us complete the project and improve the water quality, they came to us with an opportunity to apply for additional funds. And so we did so. And in 2022, we applied for an additional $20 million, which would get us basically back to the $120 million. 20 of that self-funded, and the rest is a loan from the state. At that time, we were awarded $15 million. So again, short of what we had needed, but this allowed us to add 2 of the 3 bioreactors back into the project. And our plan at that time was to build the two bioreactors and then self-fund the rest, do pay as you go for the other bioreactors and the risk factors that we had cut from the project. So we've been making every effort to continue with that plan, but inflation and other project needs, other needs throughout the city have outpaced our ability to save the necessary funds to do that. And so again, the thing that keeps me up at night is I don't want to get, I don't think anybody wants to get a call that says, we had a catastrophic failure at the wastewater plant, and or we're unable to treat wastewater. I don't think any of the residents want to get a notice that says, okay, nobody use any water, nobody flush your toilets, any of that. That's not something we want to have. But again, this is where I have to give credit to the mayor for her love for this city, and her dedication to see it be successful. As busy as she is, she now sits on the Water Quality Board, who has granted these loans to us. And she came to me and she said, we have to finish this project. And all of these communities come to us and ask for money, and we never tell them no. We never turn them down. So Provo has to come and ask for money from the Water Quality Board. So during our last budget cycle, we informed you as a council that our intent was to try and seek additional funds from either the Water Quality Board or other funding sources. And so in August of this past year, we requested additional funds from the Water Quality Board to build the third bioreactor, to get off of the old electrical system, which to me, that's probably one of the most vulnerable parts of our project, and to build a new administration building, lab, and collections building. And these projects total an approximately about $36 million estimated. We're currently working with our contractor to refine and get those numbers refined. I actually anticipate getting those cost estimates by the end of this week. But in October, just 2 weeks ago, the Water Quality Board authorized an additional $7 million in funding. So again, not the amount that we requested, but that's what they had available. And I'll let Jimmy talk about the specifics of the details of what those were, but it left us approximately $30 million short in funding. So at this point, I want to turn the time over to Jimmy to discuss more particulars of the original funding plan. But before I do that, I want to kind of highlight some of the timing that we had and the benefits that we had of when we were fortunate. So for example, Spanish Fork, they're building almost an identical plant to the one that we're building, except for their size is roughly 2/3 the size of ours. So a lot smaller plant. And we started our process about 9 months prior to when they did. So again, the council at that time and directed us, yep, let's go ahead and move on this. And Spanish Fork's plant, although it's 2/3 the size, is costing roughly the same amount as ours. Salt Lake City, they're currently rebuilding their wastewater treatment plant, and they're roughly double the size. They're doing a little bit different process, but the last estimate that I heard is they are upwards of $850 million to build their plant. Timpanogos is just starting their plant, and phase one, it's roughly twice the size. Well, it's roughly about twice the size of our plant. And phase one of their plant is estimated at $350 million, with a total estimate of $650 million. We also recently had a plant come and tour our facility from Colorado, who's making similar upgrades to what we are. And they were blown up. Their plant is about a quarter of the size of ours. So they're about a 2 to 3 million gallon plant, small. And improvements that they're making is costing them roughly $70 million. They're blown away by what we've been able to accomplish with the funds that we have. So I know $100 million, $120 million is an astronomical amount. But I also want to, I feel fortunate that the timing that we have had and the foresight that we've had, we've been able to accomplish so much with what we've been given. So with that, I'll turn the time over to Jimmy to talk about more of the details of the financial side of it.
So as Dave mentioned, when we went into this year's budget process, our assumption was to do this next, to finish phase one of improvements of $36 million, we're going to fund it pay as you go. We're going to save up, and we had budgeted to save up $5 million a year until we had enough to do it. In order to do that, that would require us to run dual processes during that time period. We would have to chemically treat in order to meet the regulation that's coming into effect in January. And, we have had concerns about the capacity of the plant lasting that long. And then just, starting to save $5 million, hoping to get to 35 or 36. By the time we save up that much, what's the cost of the plant going to be, in that time frame? And from what we've seen on this project and others, we might never save up enough money to actually do the project. So as Dave mentioned, when we went into the budget process, we came into the mayor's office and showed this plan, showed in order to start saving $5 million in the current fiscal year, we would need to do a 7.5% rate increase to the sewer rates. And as Dave mentioned, the mayor's idea was to approach the State Water Quality Board for funding. And so when I presented on our budget, it was a long time ago, and it was one of 30 slides, probably from Public Works, but I mentioned that this was our approach had changed, that rather than trying to save up, we wanted to approach the Water Quality Board. So, and Davis has gone down the road of explaining what's happened there. So the State Water Quality Board awarded us $7 million. One of the best words I've learned since I worked at Provo City, phrases, is principal forgiveness. They're lending us money that we don't have to pay back. On the first loan, they gave us $2 million. The second, they gave us $5 million. And on this one, they gave us $2.5 million that we don't have to pay back. So it's definitely paid off to approach the Water Quality Board. In addition to the principal forgiveness, they've given us interest rates that we couldn't get anywhere else. We had 0.5% on the first two loans, and they've offered 0.75% on this $4.5 million loan. So since the state isn't able to fund the entire project, our proposal at this point is to fund the rest of the project with a $29 million revenue bond. What this does is the $29 million would put us at $120 million total debt on the project, which is, as Dave mentioned, was the original amount we requested from the Water Quality Board. What the revenue bond would allow us to do is to replace that $5 million savings we were originally planning to do with a $2.4 million annual payment for debt. Allows us to spread the cost of the project over the life of the asset instead of having saving up with the current residents. The future residents will help pay for it. And with the timing of the Water Quality Board money and potential sales tax, or not sales tax, water utility revenue bond, we would be able to continue with the same contractor and save on remobilization costs. By spending the $2.4 million a year instead of saving up $5 million, it allows us to postpone a rate increase and take the old liquid stream offline and not have to treat as much with chemical that we want to do as soon as possible. So I've included a forecast here of the next 4 years to show that we're able to make the debt service expense shows the payments that we are anticipating, and how by going into this debt, we don't need a rate increase for this loan at this time. It allows us to put off several years a rate increase. And we're also, I just put a slide here, we're continuing to revise the master plan to make sure we're staying up to date on other things that will need to be done in the future. So right now, the current rates would be able to cover the loan payments. The 2.4 is included in the debt service expense cost of 3. Sorry, I just hang that.
So you're saying this is a revenue bond that doesn't increase anything?
Not for a couple of years.
Right, so we have future needs that we anticipate will require a rate increase. But by replacing the savings with a bond, we don't have to raise the rates to pay the bond. So if we didn't do anything in the future, we could never raise rates again and pay off what we have now. But of course, we anticipate future construction, but the rates won't be needed for this bond. They would be needed if we try to save up for it starting this year.
How many years are we looking at the life of the asset?
Well, our current plant is between certain components were built in the 70s and certain were built in the 50s. So that's well it's well beyond. The loan payment is 20 years. We anticipated it to be much longer than that, but at least that.
Yeah.
I don't know if Dave or Gary can say how.
Well, because the
useful
question
that
ends up
could be.
being, we're paying for this thing that we built, which is great, but then we don't have the flexibility to be saving up for the next set of improvements and upgrades, right?
Yes, and that's why I mentioned that we don't need a rate increase now, but probably would in the future for future.
So you're just gonna stop accounting for capital improvements and depreciation and stuff?
No, we planned our 5-year CIP. It's still included here in the CIP expense line. We have $11 million planned for next year that's outside of the treatment plan.
So Jimmy, the money that you were saving to do these as a pay as you go, that's what we're using for this bond, to pay off this bond?
So in order to do the pay as you go, we would need more. Since we're not doing it, we don't need more. So in the past 10 years, we've raised the sewer rates 300%.
Right.
Which has gotten us to the point where we have this much money to be able to do this many projects.
Because the point was to do pay as you go at least 5 years ago, right?
Yes.
And so that's why we raised the rates over time, is so that we could have that money, but because of inflation, we don't have enough. But we do have enough collected that we can pay off whatever revenue
Yes.
bond we're going to have.
Yes, and we have done a lot of improvements without bonding. We've done all the collection system improvements, all the pipes throughout the city for sewer have all the work that we've done has been without bonding.
And then Gary, what is the service life of this new treatment plant?
Gary Calder. The service life is basically 50 years
Of the new one?
of the new plant. You gotta remember, we have no idea what the new regulations will be coming down the road in 5 years, 20 years. So we are trying to second guess that by doing this type of process, hoping that the process we have will meet those regulations. But we have no way of knowing in 20 years from now what the new regulations will be, but we are doing the best we can. But the service life of concrete, for the most part, will be a 50-year lifespan.
But the plant that we are building, the one that we are doing right now, the one that we're, hopefully, if we get this bond, we'll retire the old plant and just use the new plant. Am I following this right? That is just one process away from potable water.
Yeah, we can add, yes, there's a couple of things that we can do.
So we are the standard right now, like here, we're building a plant to meet here.
The standard that we were building this to is incredibly, much more efficient or better quality.
Than what they're asking us for.
Yeah. I'll let Dave tell me I'm wrong, but, anyway, come Dave. He's not wrong. The process that we picked is, that we selected is, like I said, it was the best available technology at the time. Probably still is, the best available technology. It's built in anticipation of the future regulations that Gary talked about. Back when they first implemented the phosphorus rule where we were to monitor, they were also talking at that time about implementing a nitrogen rule. And the process that we built, if they implement a nitrogen rule, it would require that we would have to build fourth bioreactor, but it would handle removing all of the nitrogen. And you are correct that the water quality that we will be getting off of this new plant is basically one step away from putting it as reuse, direct potable reuse water. The state is currently not regulated to allow direct potable reuse. But we live in a desert. At some point, I foresee that coming. So we really have set ourselves up the best we can to meet future growth and future regulations for our desert community that we live in.
And it plays into Utah Lake, a huge component
It
of
does.
this phosphorus peeking out and nitrogen going into the lake will be significant.
Correct.
And if we do this loan, will we be, everything on that we need that we cut out because we didn't have enough money for, all of that will be taken care
That is the intent, is to get that all put back in.
of?
Yes.
So we should be good. We should need to do like a fourth phase or anything.
So again, the fourth bioreactor would be driven by one of two things. As the community continues to grow, growth will require another bioreactor to be built. With three bioreactors, we can effectively treat up to like 16 MGD. We're currently at about 12, so we have another 25% more growth that can happen before we would need another bioreactor.
And
Or if the Water Quality Board and EPA implement either tighter phosphorus regulations or a nitrogen regulation, that would also again trigger the fourth bioreactor.
And according to Gary's water report that we approved, the water master plan, what does that transfer in years, like 25%? Is that with his growth figures, does that transfer into 10 years? Does that transfer into 20 years?
I would have to look up what the projected growth time period would be to reach that. I apologize, I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay, any other questions, Counselor? What?
Yeah, going back to the other side, I'm looking at the debt service expense. Can you just help me understand that a little bit, like why it jumps so very much in 2028?
Yes, so the original loan we got from the state for $75.8 million. They gave us a 3-year forgiveness period essentially after the construction is completed, where we have interest only payments.
Okay.
And so that's when
That's when that
cost-
is.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's when it fully is.
right. And so I just wanted to check my math on another thing. So originally our plan was to save $5 million a year for like 7 years or so to get this money to pay for it. What the proposal now is to do the bond where we'll pay $2.4 million a year for 20 years. But
Yes.
that's like 48 million, not 36. So it's going to cost us an extra $12 million to do this.
I didn't bring up my interest calculations, but if you're doing it, I
Well,
trust it's right, but yeah, it's
I don't
spreading it
know what I'm
over,
doing here.
over 20 years and giving us today's costs, and assuming that, you know, if we waited 20 years, it would cost more than $46 million to do.
Right, right, because we anticipate that the interest rate that we're paying is less than the rate of inflation, so it's better to go ahead and build it now. And the reason we believe that is because our cost for this facility is less than everyone who started 9 months after us.
Yeah, the 36 we're talking about hasn't been
Yeah.
constructed yet, so we
No,
did get a head start.
but
on it.
historically, we've
Yes.
got the sense that it's better to
Oh, yes,
buy the things right now with today's dollars.
yes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So the next part of the presentation is to then walk through the steps, but before we do the steps of bonding, we want to make sure we have all your questions answered about the finances or anything that we've talked about. We don't want to jump into the next steps if you still have questions about what we've talked about to this point.
Okay, no, we are ready to go. You have like 6 more minutes.
Okay.
Go ahead and stand.
All right. We'll be generous.
Let's see, how do I move to the next page here? There we go. So just a little bit about we're just talking about the $29 million bond now, not the $7 million that Jimmy already discussed. And so the $29 million bond, we would actually sell into the market. The bond type would be tax exempt revenue bonds, meaning that the interest income would be tax exempt to the investors in the bonds, and therefore they're willing to accept a lower rate on those bonds. And so it's the most cost-effective way to issue bonds for the city. Revenue bond refers to the fact that the source of repayment is the wastewater revenue. The project funds from the bond would be $29 million, exclusive any issuance cost and likely a premium, not a discount. The interest rate, when we looked at it a week ago, for similar 20-year bonds for a AA rating, which we anticipate would be what these bonds would be rated, the rate was at 4 to 4.1%. We would anticipate that both Fitch and Standard & Poor's would rate these bonds since they have rated the other wastewater bonds that are outstanding and would be consistent with those. The repayment term is 20 years level amortization, meaning that the combined principal and interest payment each year would be the same amount. The first principal payment would be due September 1 of 2025. So the next fiscal year, and it would be budgeted in that year. The final maturity date or the last payment would be September 1, 2044. The annual debt service payment using 4.1% interest is approximately $2,150,000. And that was included in the debt service numbers that Jimmy showed you earlier. We would anticipate a public hearing and a bond parameters resolution, which has already been noticed and scheduled for the November 19th municipal council meeting. And then the bonds would be sold via competitive sale, likely the second week of December. We would watch the market and make sure that there wasn't anything going on that was temporary or unusual that might adversely affect the pricing on those bonds. And then assuming that the sale took place the second week of December, we would close before year end. The bond counsel that we would utilize would be Chapman and Cutler, and specifically Eric Hunter would be the attorney. The municipal advisor would be Zions Bank Public Finance, and specifically Brian Baker. Are there any questions on how the bonds will be structured?
Any questions? Councilor Whipple?
Would this be the type that we could repay early if we wanted to?
Yeah, so most of these bond issuances that are in a 20-year range, you have a call option after 10 years. So after 10 years, it made sense to refund the bonds, which is
a bond term for refinancing similar to a mortgage. We could refinance them at that point in time at a lower rate or choose to pay them off earlier if we wanted to at that point. But generally you guarantee the initial investor that they have 10 years under the current terms. Anything less than that, you'll start to pay up in the interest rate because it's less attractive from an investor perspective.
Right. Anyone else? All right. That was easy.
Thank you.
Do we have some?
They'll be coming back when they decide to do it. All right, we're gonna take our break now. Lunch is ready. So we're gonna grab lunch and for 15 minutes, and then if you need to eat longer, eat in here so we can keep going with the meeting. So we'll start again at 12:55.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, this should hopefully be quick and easy. It's kind of a cleanup item for the rest of the ARPA funding that we have to have allocated and encumbered by December 30th of this year. This is just a list of the different projects that we had that you'll see that most of the remaining funds for allocated projects are from personnel. Since we do have to designate them to ARPA approved projects, since we did all of our revenue, we suggest, since we already have the water treatment plant that's still going, and we could still just put that $65,000 into that. Any questions? Sweet. Okay, thank you.
One second here and I'll be ready. So, a number of years ago, when we established an impact fee for our police and fire, we set up a separate impact fee for each one. And recently, as we are doing a review, and Brian Jones was involved with this, we worked on it together. The state code actually refers to the impact fee as a public safety impact fee. There's no reference in the state code to a specific police or fire impact fee. And so that's the first reason why we wanted to bring this before you to consider just changing this to a public safety impact fee. But the other thing that it does is it provides more flexibility. As most of you are aware, there is a requirement in state code that impact fees are spent within 6 years. And this would give us more flexibility. I've met with both our Chief Beebe and Chief Hedman and talked to them about this. And what we would like to do, assuming the council is supportive of this action, is keep an internal tracking mechanism. So over time, police in the long run gets the impact fees that they collect as a whole. And same thing with fire. But yet, if for some reason we have a project similar to the fire station that we've just completed in fire, it gives us the ability to utilize those funds there. And then if we have another large project later for police, it gives us the ability to kind of have that latitude. And so we think this makes really good sense. We're not recommending increasing the fee. We would just combine the two and through code, just refer to it as a public safety impact fee, just the way it's outlined in the state. And then we feel like this could be done both with past projects as well as going forward. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions if there's questions regarding this item. Okay. Excuse me, I can't hear you.
I just want to hear if police and fire like the idea and if they see any downsides or problems with it.
Chief Hedman's here, Chief Beebe is not, but I have talked to both of them and they're very supportive of it. Chief Hedman can come up and then we could
Yeah, we had a meeting several weeks ago and both Chief Beebe, I can't speak for him, but we feel like it's a benefit to the city to have the diversity and the ability to use the funds based on the need, as long as we're tracking it and keeping some kind of a track so we know how much should be spent in each agency. I think we're fine.
Yeah, and finance will we'll keep track of it and share that on a regular basis with all chiefs. But our plan would be to, as we have projects come along, to utilize the funding, so there's no question that we ever get in a situation where we're not, going with accordance to the 6-year requirement.
And say one office needs to use a lot more money than the other, will the other one get approval of that, or will there be a range, like if fire needs to use a lot more money than police is using, will police have to sign off on that or agree to that, or?
I think what our plan and intention would be that we would be transparent and have discussions with the chiefs as projects as come up and as we propose what we spend.
Okay.
That's the plan.
Councillor Bogdan.
So Tom, what can this money be spent for? Buildings and equipment on both sides, or just buildings and equipment for fire and just buildings for police?
I think it's kind of interesting that, and one of the things that also has propagated this discussion is that it is somewhat limited, okay? But one of the things that we included when we did an impact fee a number of years ago was specifically the fire station, okay? And the fire station has to be based on growth, okay? So if you're getting a new fire station or a larger fire station, the portion that's related to growth would qualify, okay? They've also said that there's certain limitations, but you actually can do for example, a fire engine, okay? If it's related to growth, you're allowed to utilize the impact fees related to commercial development, but not residential development. With police, this building here would have been a great example. One of the things was anticipated, but it was maybe an expansion or improvements to this building, or there's other things. And so you have to kind of watch and look very carefully. And so what we would do is go forward and review those. The other thing is that we anticipate sometime within the next 2 or 3 years that we would come back, update the public safety impact fee, and therefore part of that process would be to identify and discuss potential projects there as well.
So if I understand this right, where the police department already has a new police facility, they probably won't be seeing any growth or any outreach into the other areas for like little satellite things. Where we need fire stations, this money can be used for that. And for fire engines, but we can't use it necessarily for police cars. Am I correct?
I would say that you can't use it for police cars if you're correct, but our hope and belief is as Provo continues to grow, okay, that there will be needs and ability to use for police as well, okay? And this combining isn't a move to just basically use all the funding for fire. Is to provide us flexibility from the two. I think Brian wanted to make a comment as well.
Yeah, I was just saying, and what I'm about to say, I think also goes to Catrice's question too about the equality of how the money gets spent, is the impact fee rates are based on specific capital improvements that were put into the impact fee rate plan. For police, that was this building and specific improvements to this building. But to the degree that it gets spent between now and the time that we do a new rate study on fire stuff, that's just going to mean that when we do the new rate study, their capital improvements are going to end up going into that new rate study. So they'll get their opportunity when they put whatever capital improvements they have into that new rate study, and that determines the new rate.
And my next question is, how much money is in this pot?
So I've got that. I thought that question may come up. Let me just find it real quick.
I know it funded.
Okay, so I'm the right report there, sorry. Okay, I've got it. So we have right now in police, we collected $605,948 in 3 years. In fire, we are basically. Let's see here. Right now, they actually have a slightly. See, what they've collected. It's. I'll calculate for you, but they're less, they're about 400,000. But I can give you the exact number in just a minute, I don't want to have.
All right, and what do we have in that capital improvements plan that was done in this rate study?
Well, the only thing that's been spent right now in the plan is the 650,000 that we utilize for impact fees for the fire station, and that was the amount that's related to growth.
For this one?
Yes. And the amount that we're talking about utilizing potentially in the council meeting today for some additional costs related to the project. That's on top of that's another 220,000. But the amount that we had eligible for that project related to growth and that was in the plan was well over $1 million. So
Okay, so why in a month, how do we get from a project that is maybe on time, but under budget because we did a contingency of 5% instead of 10%? In a month, now it's another 10% on top of that. So instead of 200,000, now we're at 220,000.
we're actually still under 10% of the project.
But the proposal was for 200,000 a month ago, right? And now we're at 220,000.
Yes.
It seems like the money pit, right? You just.
Well, when chief, we were going to discuss it tonight. We're happy to discuss it as well right now. But when you get down towards the end of the project and you're just working out on some of the loose ends and things, and chief will explain those to you, but they just kind of tend to. You want to get to where you can make sure that you cover it, and you just do get little surprises at the end. So I think.
So why did we have those little surprises a month ago instead of today?
Because they came last month.
I'm gonna let Chief respond, but
The additional 20,000, is that what we're talking about? So that's specific to the asphalt in the front of the station on 300 West. The plan was to come in and put about a foot of asphalt there, but the asphalt in the road was crumbling so bad that we had to go, well, Public Works came in, they tore out the asphalt, prepped it. And then just the cost of the asphalt was an additional 20,000 that we didn't know was coming, so that's why we increased the amount.
So are we good then? I mean, is this?
Well, we feel like we're good. We're to the end, we feel like it seems like every time we started digging, we came into a new problem. We're done digging, so we anticipate that we're gonna be okay with the amount we're asking.
Because I'm having nightmares of that Tom Hanks show, The Money Pit, where everything just keeps on.
Well, I don't feel like the station's a money pit, but it definitely has had some different complications come up that we didn't expect. But it's a great station, it's very functional. It's not elaborate, but it's gonna function and serve the city well for 50 years.
Thank you. And will this money be able to be used for like a fire station at the airport or a fire station on the west side?
definitely potential could be yes.
Okay.
For the fire station on the west side, for sure. In the airport, if we contribute to growth, it could qualify as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Thanks, John.
December 7th.
Yes.
Awesome. All right, next is a presentation regarding the review of the Consolidated Plan funding priorities. So presented to us by Melissa McNally, our Community Grant Administrator.
So some of you are familiar with what the Consolidated Plan is. Some of you have heard these things before, some of you are brand new to this. So I thought I would take some time to kind of walk you through how these HUD grants work. And if you have a moment where you need me to clarify anything or have any questions, feel free to ask. This is just kind of a learning session here. So our consolidated plan, we're starting a new, it's a 5-year plan. And this is required by HUD for any entity that receives HUD funding directly from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Provo City receives CDBG or Community Development Block Grant funds, and we are also the lead entity for the Utah Valley Home Consortium. And that means that we are in charge of the home funds that come into Utah County. So because we are, we get to do this 5-year planning process, and we will be submitting this in the spring. So let's see. Our hope is to inform you and to get a little bit of feedback today on prioritizing where those funds should be spent over the next 5 years. Let's see. And while we are putting together this consolidated plan, we are simultaneously putting together the first year action plan. So every year of this 5-year plan, there is what we call the action plan. And that's basically our grant application to HUD to say, hey, this is what we would like to do. These are our funding priorities this year, and these are what we expect to accomplish with those funds in the coming year. So we'll be doing both of those things, both of those planning processes simultaneously. And so for the HUD programs, there are 3 areas that all the activities that we conduct need to fall into one of these different goals or outcome indicators. So there's the development of decent and affordable housing, creating sustainable living environments, or expanding economic opportunities. And a little over a month ago, we distributed a survey throughout the county. And based on the feedback that we got from the survey, we've come up with some priority areas. So then we took those priority areas and we broke down some activities in each of those areas. And yes, George.
Sorry to interrupt, but you said sustainable, but it says create suitable living environments.
I'm sorry, that's create suitable and sustainable living environments, both.
Well, I see those as 2 very different terms. So if it is sustainable an environmental concern that HUD is putting into, I mean, do they want environment or like sustainability issues attended to in the building of their projects? Or?
Absolutely. It's just, I just misspoke. It's sustainability is considered, but the outcome indicator is suitable living environments.
And what does that mean in their minds?
It means to, goodness. I have this written down somewhere and now I don't remember.
Is it like, it's like a standard of living?
Yeah, it's anything that enhances the environment that you're living in, whether it's improvement of parks, improvement of streets or sidewalks, or the services available to you. Those are all contributing to your suitable living environment.
Okay.
So, are there any other questions at this point? Sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
Okay, so we have put together these four different areas. So in each of these areas, there are each of these are areas of focus with little kind of like sub areas. And this is what we would like you to prioritize today. So we have, Cindy's going to pass these around to each of you and also to you, Mayor Kusi, to pick out of each area. And there are little keys on your little voting cards. You can pick up to 2 high priorities, 2 medium priorities, and 2 low priorities in each for these different areas. There's actually 5 areas, but these 4, we would like you to consider when you are thinking about how you would like to see the community development block grant funding spent in Provo.
Make sure you pull out the little sticker.
Yeah, the stickers are really small.
Oh, yeah, I like it. So you want us to take him,
I'm sorry, what was that?
give us the instructions again.
Okay, so in each 4 of these categories, you can pick up to 2 high priorities, 2 medium priorities, and 2 low priorities. If you don't want to pick that many, you can just pick 1 or none, but only up to 2 in each thing for each of the 4 funding areas. And this is when you're considering how you would like to see the CDBG dollars spent in Provo over the next 5 years.
And can we put multiple stickers on one item to really emphasize how much we care about that?
Sure.
Like, does that matter? That's where we're looking at it.
If you feel that strongly about it, want to put both of your high priorities on one item, sure.
Well, I'm just wondering if we are then going through and counting the number of things for each one, if that would matter.
Yeah,
Okay.
so yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
I like how on voting day you're having some vote.
Right? It's a great way to celebrate.
Secret ballot.
If you want it to be secret, now.
Travis, I'm gonna look at your ballot.
There is a 5th area on the back page. We'll get to that. I'll give you just a few minutes to look that over. We can go over we'll go over the 5th one in just a minute.
What is homeowner development, affordable homeowner development?
That's part of the 5th area, Travis. You're getting ahead.
Oh, I'm supposed to speak to this kid, which, so I'm just supposed to do these 4?
Yeah.
Okay, I won't get ahead yet.
And this is just for the CDBG.
Yes, this is just for the CDBG funding, these first 4.
Do you have a map of what that area is?
I do not have it handy.
It's basically all downtown.
It's downtown in the CDBG eligible areas, which are Mazer, Dixon, Spring Creek, Joaquin, Foothills,
Franklin.
Carterville, Franklin, South Franklin.
And Carterville's in there too.
Yes.
Like a Carterville
Tim-
trail would be. That Carterville trail, is that in that?
It is, yeah.
And that's considered park?
That's a question that I'm working out with Rachel right now. So hopefully we'll have the answer when the neighborhood wants to come and make comments about that. Oh, thank you. So you'll see the CDBG areas are highlighted within that dotted area. You guys are ready to move on to the final selection. You know, this is your paper. When you're ready to move on to that, to the 5th section about housing, let me know.
I'm ready.
Hey, this, put your dots down like machine gun. I'm done with my homework. I'm just wondering, what do I get? Do I get a gold star or something?
Would you like a gold star? There was
Yeah.
just.
What a green,
Yeah.
green sticker
You
on
know
my
what,
bread.
we got pink stickers over there, you guys have pink. Have pink up.
Don't encourage him.
Help start.
Don't encourage.
He needs a crown. Like different stickers on it.
Nice.
You can tell I was the kid who was always motivated by the class report.
Do I need to take a quick
Chocolate
break and
bar.
go to Burger King and get a crown for you?
Is anyone not ready to move on to the housing portion?
Not ready.
Not ready.
Okay.
I thought you were done.
Sorry.
I'm just making sure the sticker.
No pressure.
Cheat on you.
You wanted to check if the sticker was hinging on how fast it was.
He's lost, definitely lost.
Okay, so for that fifth section is for housing. So the Home Investment Partnership is the other grant that we oversee as the lead entity of the Utah Valley Home Consortium. So I ask that you do the same prioritization on this one, but as you're thinking about this funding, I want you to keep in mind all of Utah County, not just Provo, because this is funding for that we partner with our other consortium members throughout Utah County.
And how do we indicate, do we go, is it top three in sequence? So do we three colors or how do you?
Yeah, it's the same process, highest priority to lowest priority, yeah.
Okay, can you explain the affordable homeowner development to us, please?
It's any development of home.
Just any
homeownership.
development
Yeah,
that-
it's so we have, for example, we partner with self-help homes. And they do brand new construction, specifically affordable construction, and it's the intent is homeownership, not anything else.
Where would something like Circles be? Like the community action program where they're doing the financial education and everything?
Yeah, that's one of the public services in the CDBG, and that is something that we funded before. I'm trying to think.
But it's not in one of these.
No,
pot
it's
two.
not here. It's part of the other priorities.
Gary and I win. And Mara.
I don't know, you're done.
Oh. What's your view?
And when you're done, if you wanted to see those back in the envelopes and.
All we know is that
we'll
we
gather
definitely beat
those.
George and Becky.
Yes.
And there is, I'm not sure if you were all able to take a look, Michael, were you able to put out the market analysis or anything?
No, I'm really not.
Okay, so the two studies that you all approved earlier this year, funding for earlier, the housing needs and market analysis. Michael did download copies of those. They are really big documents, so I couldn't put them in with everything else. So if those are things you want to see, there are sections for Provo, but it is all inclusive because we are over all of the county. It has a lot of county data as well. So you're welcome to look at those.
Melissa, may I suggest maybe put those documents maybe on the neighborhood, the community grant webpage?
Well, that's a good idea. Okay. Yeah, we'll look at doing that. That's all that I have for you today. If you have any questions, we'll be doing just a public hearing tonight to hear just feedback from our citizens and residents as far as what they'd like to see the priority funding for. And that's it. Just feedback.
So once those are put on, can you just send us the link for?
Absolutely.
Okay, that sounds like a great idea. I can't download giant things all the time.
Thanks, Melissa.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, next, a discussion regarding water rates, presented by Michael Sanders, our policy analyst.
Entitlement, but yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey. Hey, good afternoon, council. So excited to be here to talk about water rates. So if Public Works is there in the other room, oh, there we go, here they're coming right now. All right, so just before we get started talking about water rates, I just wanted to give a shout out to the Public Works Department and just all the hard work they've been doing, working with the consultant on the rate studies and the water master plan that we passed a month ago. So we have been talking about water rates and the expansion of tiers since April of 2023. And in your packet, there's a really long memo that we wrote that can summarize on the screen, showing the timeline of everything that happened. I went back and watched all, I think it was like a solid 5 to 6 hours of discussions on this. Just to be ready, and I kind of figured out that the discussion was kind of anchored on two key questions, and that was, should we increase water rates, and if so, by how much, and two, should the city expand the current 2-tiered rate structure to a 3 or more tier to encourage conservation and financial viability. So after the council staff looked into this, we believe that the answer to both those questions, the council has expressed their opinion on them. And as outlined in the memo provided in your packet, on April 16th, the council motioned their support to indicate their support for expanding the tiers from 2 to 3 or more. On April 30th, the council expressed support to explore a 15% rate increase in the budget. Ultimately, the council ended up approving a budget with no utility rate increases as recommended by the administration. So the last time we talked about this was in our last meeting on the 15th, where Public Works recommended postponing the rate discussion for 4 reasons. One, that there's potential state legislation that could expand the ease and scope of water leasing. 2, cost savings due to infrastructure improvements near the Rock Canyon Temple site. 3, potential grants. And 4, the fact that if the council approves higher impact fees, the consultant recommendation of a 15% increase could be possibly reduced to a 12% increase. And during that meeting, the council motioned to request that Public Works return with the proposal on water rates during the next budget season with an accompanying 9-year plan and exploration of tier rate options. Then during our leadership meeting, we discussed that as the administration has stated during the last budget season, that going forward, they will like to consider rate increases outside of the budget process. Leadership directed council staff to prepare this item today so that council could issue an updated motion requesting Public Works to present a proposal sooner than the next budget season. So what we're looking for today is we're just looking for a clear and possible specific direction for Public Works. And just before we get into the discussion, just overall, council staff believes that the 2 central questions guiding the discussion have been answered already. Should there be a rate increase in water rates, and if so, by how much? Yes. And the council indicated a support for 15%. And should the city expand its current 2-tiered rate structure to 3 tiers or more? That question again said yes. The remaining question concerns the division points of the tiers, for which the Bone & Collins consultant has already provided recommendations. If the council wishes to consider the lower 12% increase recommendation that would result if the council approved the maximum impact fee increase, we would recommend a motion requesting Public Works staff to bring back the impact fee update plan as soon as possible. Just one more thing so that you're aware. During a recent ULCT Legislative Policy Committee meeting, it was revealed that a recent legislative study is suggesting that the state government may require municipalities to adopt more aggressive tiered rates, potentially mandating an expansion to 3 to 4 tiers to curb excessive water use and reduce the need for expanded infrastructure. The state legislature is likely to draft bills on this and other issues related to water infrastructure funding in the upcoming session. And just one final note, the Water Master Plan, which we recently adopted, states that the water system is currently underfunded to sustainably maintain infrastructure, and that additional confirmation above that which is already been achieved is needed. As the consultant from Bowman Collins had mentioned previously, the raising of rates and the expansion of tiers could help on both of these points. Back to you.
You did an awesome job on the memo. Thank you. All righty.
Yeah.
Counselor Whipple.
I was part of the leadership discussion, and while we appreciated George's motion last time to bring it back during budget, in talking, we realized that's gonna be too late. We just need to up the timeline on bringing it back. And it made more sense to do that in a public work meeting where it's clear why we're changing it after we voted on a motion, so that there's good transparency. But since we did that to look at, moving up the timeline, Michael did do this memo, and it's really useful to see everything that we've done condensed and collected into one place, so that we've got a better sense of where we are. And we did have hours of discussion on it, and I feel like we explored the different implications of these possible changes really well. The only new information I think that we've gotten since we did do those discussions was, the last presentation that Public Works gave us in water, that they were able to do really good this year with the outside sources, and they're not sure what the fee impact will be on changing the rates. My hesitation for delaying this further, or for doing a lot of additional discussions, is one that I felt in many things in the city, and that is sometimes we are tempted to not act when we have enough information because we hope we could get more, or because we think some other factor is going to change it, and then we wouldn't have to do a hard think. I think we have the responsibility to act on the good information that we have right now. And that's my position on it. So, thank you.
Counselor Garrett.
It would be helpful for me to know what is, it says here that the additional information would be provided during the next budget season. How do we define that, John? Doesn't the next budget season start in January, technically?
That's when we start the budget, January, yeah.
And so what is Public Works currently, based on that direction they were given on the 15th, what's their current plan? To bring back to us a proposal as early as January or later in the budget season?
When they do their budget presentation, right?
Is Mike on?
Yeah.
Well, in January, what we normally do is start with our revenue projections. And so in the normal process, we would be just starting to get things collected and starting to look at what our anticipated revenues would be. A rate increase would normally come a little bit later in that process, but it could be discussed then as well too, so.
Okay. But no later than, say, May, obviously, right? May.
For sure, we deliver the budget to the council in May.
Yeah, okay.
I know one thing I'm concerned about, if we're already looking at a recommended 15%, that's high. So I'd rather quit putting delaying and making percentages go higher and do smaller incremental changes. I'm just worried about infrastructure. Counselor Hanley.
Yeah, I mean, I was prepared to vote in favor of both recommendations from our consultant on the tiers and the rates. I don't have them in front of me anymore, but unless I missed it in the packet or something, but I don't, so I'm a little confused. I mean, the only reason I made the motion that I did was because Gordon made it clear that that was the preference of the administration to wait because of these potentially mitigating factors. So I'm okay with moving forward and making a decision now. It just seems to me that without entirely reinventing the wheel, it would be helpful to know, I mean, I was a little bit confused as to why we were waiting or being asked to wait after all that we had done. You know, I feel as similarly that I'd rather do it now than later, but I'm just a little confused at this point about what information we need to decide those two specific issues of the tiers and where they're located and what the rate increase is. What's a safe rate increase for now if we know that some of these potential issues it might be in play, or since we're already in November, if we said, you know, we want to have this discussion. I mean, I don't know, are we asking for directions to go back to the staff and say we want another presentation on recommendations now with those 4 issues in mind?
I believe that part of the discussion in leadership was that if we're doing this again, we need to have it like in January at the very beginning of the budget before they crunch all of their numbers, because if we're going to do these changes to the rates and to the tier structure, that will affect how they're able to do the calculation and create their budget.
But I thought that's what we motioned. I thought that's what I motioned. So presumably that would happen before May. It would happen sometime in January,
Right.
February.
But if we can give them direction on this decision before they're calculating their budget, then when they come and do their budget presentation, this part is already fixed for them. So they won't have to be doing a budget saying, well, if we did it with a 12% increase, this is what our budget is going to look like. But if you guys aren't going to approve it, then this is how we're going to have to make our budget work.
I think we want to figure out the increase before the budget, because last time it got to the budget, got messy, and we purposely put it off. Now if we're putting up again to the budget, we're making another mess.
But if we don't know if we're going to have cost grants or possible impact fee increases, how do I know what percentage I want? That's what I thought we were asking them to come back and bring to us. I mean, I'm all in favor of moving this forward, like right now, if that's what we're saying. I just don't have I don't feel like I can, other than just going with what the consultant had recommended before I heard about those other things.
Yeah.
Like I said, I was inclined to approve those recommendations and was not expecting that the answer would be after all this time that we were going to wait a little bit longer. So I don't know. I just don't know what my criteria are now.
Yeah. Well, there's not another motion on the table. Should we just go ahead with the prior motion and move on?
Justin.
I think just to give a little context, after this last discussion, met with Scott and this kind of same discussion came up of not wanting to bring rate increases into the budget discussion just because there's so much going on with the budget. The thought was that if it were to be delayed, perhaps in January would be a good time when if you gave direction now to come back in January, that would coincide with the presentation of the 5-year CIP. That way, water in their presentation of their portion of the CIP could see what projects were unfunded and thus calculate a rate that would be needed in order to fund those projects for the coming year and for the coming 5 years, if that makes sense. So I think some direction for some more information by presenting what would be needed in conjunction with the CIP in order to complete all the projects that water is planning would be helpful to them in order to give you something to really look at in January.
So if I understand this, we're saying come back in the budget season, but that was too wide of a time frame. And we need to clarify that this has to come back in January. So I would make a motion that we discuss this again in January, and that discussion be informed by the CIP budget and by whatever work that the administration will have done by then on the changes to the impact fees and other fee schedules. I believe that would get the information that we need. Yes, John, what else do we need for that motion?
I want to just make a clarification on the impact fees.
Yes.
This is for water. The IFFP and the IFA, those are the two reports are done. And we're in the process of scheduling a meeting. We've got a tentative meeting scheduled with the home builders. We've always committed to them that we're going to come to them first. And as soon as that meeting's done, we are ready to bring it to council. The only issue is that our recommendation is that you have to have at least 90 days when you implement it, but we're recommending that it be implemented on July 1st, okay? Which is kind of what we've done in the past on fiscal year, but just to let you know that that is going to happen, and I see by January that process should be complete as far as with the council action, so we can know about that.
Yeah, so it seems that at the beginning of January, we should have that last information that we need from the administration that we can combine with the previous work from the consultant and our previous discussions so that we can make a decision then that will then be able to be used by the administration as they're doing the budgets. So we're giving them that decision at the beginning of the budget season instead of midway through it. Okay, there was a motion earlier in there. Was the motion clear enough?
Discuss this in January, so we will have the budget to consider.
So that the CIP and the fees?
Yes.
Okay, that's my motion.
Second your motion. All right, any discussion on the motion? All right, we'll take a.
Well, sorry, just trying to make sure I understand it correctly. So we're just basically saying the same thing we did 2 weeks ago, except we're being specific about
When?
please bring it back as early in January as possible.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, Counselor Bogdan,
Yes.
Counselor Christensen,
Yes.
Counselor Garrett,
Yes.
Counselor Hanley,
Yes.
Counselor Hoban,
Yes.
Counselor McKay, yes, Counselor Whipple.
Yes.
All right, so it passes 7-0. Thanks, Michael. All right, a discussion regarding the solar rate. And that will be presented by Scott Bunker, our energy director. Well, we're running nice and early. Good. We are like half an hour.
Oh, do they come?
I don't know. Maybe not.
Afternoon. Hope to be back here with you today. Got starting a little here with me as well, so as we go through the presentation, so. We pop up the mic from time to time and answer some questions, provide some information back up and leave it out, or it's completely messed up. But today we wanted to have just a little bit of a discussion with you. Wanted to give a little bit of history about how this discussion came about, and a little bit of history about some things in our department that I think provide a great foundation for helping you make a decision on this issue that's been raised in regard to rooftop solar rates. Because this all kind of started back in the first quarter of the year. We were having a board meeting, and this topic came up, and we had a pretty good discussion about rooftops.
Where are you from, man?
Not offended you, I just take it the wrong way. Those rooftop solar rates came up, and there was some spirited discussion about the costs to rooftop solar to Provo City, to Provo Power, and then also some discussion about citizens that might be subsidizing those with solar rooftop arrays that don't have them themselves. And so we were kind of left at that time to go back and put together all the information that we could have. I would say at the time there was kind of some understanding in the room that the cost probably a lot more than what it ended up coming out being, that when once Charlie went and did all the work. But we wanted to just go through some of these things with you today. So I just brought this up as first. This is our, what we call our BHAC, our big area audacious coal farm department. It's to be the most reliable in the country, most reliable utility company. And the reason that that's important is because that's really the one metric that we can measure everything that we do as we run our business. You know, when it comes to being the low cost provider, because of the 11% transfer to the general fund, that's never going to happen. Matter of fact, statewide, if you look at all the other municipal utilities, those, if they do transfer general fund to the city general fund, it's usually around 2 to 5%. So, you certainly transfer a lot more, but it's a great resource for the city. It is. We feel as a part of the city, one of the city's departments, we're proud to be able to help support the police, to help support fire, to help support the parks department. So that's why our goal, specifically is settled on reliability. We also still do want to make sure, we also want to make sure that we're providing competitive rates, and we'll cover that in the next slide and show you where we're at as far as our rates are concerned to begin with statewide. But then also just again, the general fund. We think it's important and it really helps the city out that we can make that money available to the general fund. So this is a graph that kind of shows you where Provo is as far as our rates are concerned statewide. As you'll see with our other 5 sister cities in UMPA and the other largest cities in UAMS, we're close to the bottom. We have very competitive rates. And then of course, right next to us right now is Rocky Mountain Power. They have rates that they're higher than ours, and as you probably have read recently, they're before the Utilities Commission. We're not sure what they're going to broker. Probably somewhere between an 18 to 30% rate increase for the year. We've had no rate increases this year, as you well know. And we're hoping, as well as things are going with UMPA, they're not knows. We know that will continue next year as well. That's our hope. But this plays a bigger picture when you look at it from a national perspective. That top line is the national power rates. And the bottom line is where Provo Power at. Our rates have stayed very consistent for many years. There was a 22-year period almost where we had no rate increases. Now I would submit that's probably not the best business model. So we had to do a pretty good jump there for a couple of years to get it where we can start keeping up with our costs. And now, where necessary, we make a minor rate adjustment. Those have usually been around 1 to 2%. And so we want to continue that. And then, of course, that middle line, that is the consumer price index. This kind of gives you an idea where those costs for power are on a national level and then in Provo in comparison to consumer prices. Because that is a big deal. When you think about it, back in 1990, a home cost $30,000. And now today, that's increased 198% to almost $90,000. The cost of regular can of gas or a gallon of gas was $1.16. Now it's $3.49. I just filled mine up the other day, it was $3.53. So it's even a little higher this year. It's kind of fluctuated a lot recently. But you can go on down, a dozen eggs was $1 back in 1990. And now it's gone up from 394% to almost $5 a dozen. But then look at rates. Back in 1990, our rates were 8 cents kilowatt hour. And now they're only on average 10% in our, or 10 cents kilowatt hour in our tiered system. And so we think that's important when you look at this from that perspective and how we are operating our system and how we're operating our company. Because, if you'd ask us 10 or 15 years ago, if we would have invested in this 80 megawatt solar power plant or a 40 megawatt solar power plant in Spanish Park, we would have told you no way. Cost for solar panels was so expensive and they were so much more inefficient. It just didn't pencil out. We did a lot of work trying to see if it would pencil out. It didn't until a few years ago. And then it became so competitive that we built our own and are benefiting immensely from that. We'll show you that here real quickly. This slide on the left shows you where we were in 2020, kind of our resource mix. You can see our biggest piece of that pie was coal. And our resource mix, we're always trying to get a very diversified portfolio. With your finances, we want to make sure our portfolio is diversified because some of these resources can be very volatile, such as natural gas. We don't want to rely on just one resource because it costs us a lot of money. But back in 2020, you might remember the Enron crisis that literally hit a lot of utilities in Utah really hard because they were getting most of their power on the market and they couldn't adjust for those costs because they had no fixed assets. And so, fast forward, just 3 years and look at the change in our resource mix. Coal has been reduced dramatically. Look at that slice of solar has increased immensely. This big green slice, that mostly is
natural gas we buy on the market, very volatile, can be very expensive, is been minimized extensively. And now the natural gas that we do own is a much bigger proportion. Because of our West Valley plan now, we're much more reliable. We can count on that. And so UMPA and us have done a great job of trying to manage these resources. And so it's critical to look at this from this perspective, in our diverse portfolio and what we're trying to do. Currently, our peak solar cost for us is about 4 cents a kilowatt hour during the summer. At the peak time, in the off peak times, it's 0 to negative. And so that gives you kind of some background about where we're at. I wanted to just talk just quickly about the grid. The grid is very important. This is where a lot of misunderstanding comes with customers that have solar. Why do they have to pay for the grid? And so, when you think about this, anybody that has solar or anybody that has solar grid, they're using the grid to put power back on it. They generate it in excess, or they're pulling power off the grid when they need power. They can't generate their own. So they are always using that grid. And we want to make sure that someone else isn't subsidizing them for those costs of that grid, because they do use it. It's only fair. But we get a lot of questions from customers about their residential bill. As you can imagine, you probably get them too. And so we wanted to help you maybe answer those questions as well, because we have to answer them a lot. If you have a typical residential bill of say $80 a month for your power, $19 of that, or 23%, actually goes to the fuel that we purchase, whether it's coal or natural gas, to be able to provide the power. $25 of that $80 bill, 31% of it is just for the generation. For those power plants that are generating that power itself. $11, 14% is the high voltage line that brings that power into our system and provides that power for us. And those costs are actually going up immensely. Power. But we've been able to manage it. UMPA done a great job of managing that for us. And of course, $25 of that cost of $80, or 32% is for the neighborhood infrastructure. That's for the conduit, that's for the conductor, the transformers, the sectionalizers, all the equipment, the crews that maintain the system. And so when you're putting power on the grid or you're taking power off the grid, this is where those costs go. That's why it's so important that people understand. But even if they have rooftop solar, they're still participating in that grid.
Scott?
Yes.
So all that makes sense, except the high voltage lines. Do we lease those lines? I mean, what is that specifically? What is that?
So we have to pay fees and costs to Rocky Mountain Power because they bring the transmission and the power into our system. We have to pay those for those fees. And I didn't want to get in too far, but right now there's proposals on the table that are in some serious discussions, even bordering on litigation. Where they want to pass on the cost for all the fires in the Northwest, destroy lots of cities and homes onto the transmission systems itself and make us pay for those costs. And so we're fighting that, saying, hey, that wasn't our problem. We didn't cause it. You can't just pass it on to your other customer and help cover those costs. And we'll say they've been struggling mightily because of those natural disasters.
So the $19, so it's about a fourth of the total bill. That's that's during peak hour purchase, right? That's what you're purchasing in order to meet peak demand.
Yeah, that's all the fuel that we have to purchase, whether it's natural gas and coal and those plants to produce that. Yes. And so, as you know, we won't cover a whole lot on this. This is where our rates are. We have a three-tier rate system. This is where we are right now. 7 cents is the first, 10 cents is the second tier, and of course 12 cents is for those that use more power. I think it was a great thing that we've done for our customers. It helps encourage sustainability and making them, or helping them to be a little bit more incentivized to lower their energy costs and also lower their energy consumption. But right now we have about 1,204 solar customers, and you can see back in 2011, when all of this kind of started, there was only a handful, there was just less than a dozen. And so the city at the time thought it would be really important to heavily subsidize this. And so same rate that we were paying for power, we were paying those that have solar panels to put back on our system. And that lasted for several years until in 2016. Some of us remember that time. It was challenging. We had some pretty heated discussions in the council chambers about the proposal to raise that, change that rate from what was almost over 10 cents a kilowatt hour to 6.7 cents. And that proposal was made at that time and accepted and passed by the council. What it did is a grandfather, those that already have solar panels on their house, they would always pay that rate. And then for anybody that put
new solar on their rooftops after that, they pay that rate. After they sign a contract that said, the council has the right at any time to change your rates. You just have to be aware of that because they can do it. And so that's when, that happened back in 2016. And you can see it's kind of gone up and down then, 2016, 17. That's when a lot of the federal and state incentives for solar were taken off. And so I think some of those incentives left, and so fewer people were putting it on. Then it jumped right back up again, and it's been pretty steady. And so that brought up the question, is this something that we want to continue subsidizing as we move forward? The current rate at 6.7 cents right now, our market rate, if UMPA pays, is about 3 to 3.5 cents. The proposed rate would be about 4 cents because it can range from 3 to 4 cents. We wanted to, if we did change it, it would err on the side of giving them a little bit more of that benefit. And just remind you that Provo's rates are 20% higher over a 34-year period. That's pretty impressive. You've been able to do that. So the key reminder here is that every solar that is produced and consumed by a rooftop customer, the city doesn't receive its 11% transfer on that to the general fund. Now, is that a big deal or not? That's something for you to make a decision. You have a lot of tough decisions that you always have to make based on various factors. But we wanted to make sure that you understood fully what these costs are. The cost of the city, the cost of the Provo power. The general fund loses about $135,000 annually for the power that is covered in rooftop solar. Provo Power itself loses about $1.2 million annually from those that have rooftop solar. And if we were to try to replace that power that rooftop solar does provide, it costs us about $200,000 annually. And so just moving on real quick, this is the chart we kind of wanted to get to for you, so it gives you all the information that you hopefully need to make the best decision that you feel like you need to, circumstance and situation. The first category, or that first section under sunset grandfather, those are the 198 customers that were promised in 2016 that their rate would be 6.7 cents as in perpetuity. That number continues to decrease as they, sell their home, and whoever buys it has to re-sign a new contract, and that new contract is not included in that. And it's insane with for any other changes that they might make. If they modified extensively their system, they have to go back and rebuild, and that changes that as well. But those numbers will continue to decrease over time until at some point they'll probably zero out. But if we were to say change their rate from 6.7 cents a kilowatt hour to 4 cents, their average power bill would increase about $50 a year, so over $4 per month.
Sorry, just to cut in. This is actually the grandfathered accounts, they get a tiered structure back. So this is if we were to make them uniform with everyone else in the city to 6.7 cents.
Thank you. So that would provide the city an annual revenue increase of about $10,000 out alone. And right now, Provo residents are currently subsidizing these 198 customers about 27 cents per customer annually. We have just over 39,000 customers, and these 1,200 customers are just a small percentage of those. The second column there is to reduce everybody else's rates. All the other customers that apply for this, the other 906, if we were to lower their rate from 6.7 to 4 cents a kilowatt hour, their average annual bill would increase $137 per year, which is about $11 or so per month. And that would provide an annual revenue increase for Provo City of about $124,000. And right now, those 906 customers are being subsidized by all the other 39,000 customers to the tune of about $3.39 per year per customer. And then if we were to do all of them, that last column is everything kind of combined. Let's say this, we brought this before the Energy Board. The Energy Board wanted to maintain the promise that those that were grandfathered with keep their promise. And so we're fully supportive of just leaving them where they're at, what they were promised. We don't want to really make any changes to that. It's that second column where the question is today, is this somewhere where you feel like we need to move forward and now bring these in line so that others aren't subsidizing those that do have so. That's kind of where we're at. There's just some other information here real quick. I think this will help you as you make your decision. Because this became a good discussion point with our board. The average return on investment for a solar customer in Provo takes at least 10 to 15 years to make up the cost of the solar panels that they install if they pay cash flow. You know, this isn't if they're financing them, but if they pay cash for them, obviously it's gonna be longer and more if they don't. And then the average cost of installed rooftop solar is about $2,500 per kilowatt. If paid in cash, and the average Provo residence installation is on average about 6 kilowatts. It's the size of each rooftop array. And then the rooftop solar array approximate cost is about $15,000. So can kind of give you an idea. And the reason this became such a big discussion in ours is through UMPA, we have what we call our shared solar 4 megawatt power plant in Spanish for. And we offer citizens to purchase into that shared solar plant and buy blocks of power from that shared solar plant, so they don't have to install it on their roof. It's kind of an incentive to help. First of all, there's about 50% of our customers that can never put solar on their roofs. They either own townhomes, live in apartments, or homes that are oriented such that they couldn't put solar on them. And they've asked us, well, what can I do? I want to invest in solar. So that's where this whole program for shared solar kind of came into being. And I mentioned at the top, there's our shared solar calculator. If you go to renewchoice.com, there's actually a calculator there that we sent homeowners to, that Charlie worked on and putting together with Kat. And you can actually go on there and go through the whole process and figure out about how much you would save if you were actually participating in the shared solar program. And so we have one of our board members agreed to let us utilize her utility bill. And she has an EV at her house. And so she was curious at what it would cost her, you know, versus the $1,500 or $15,000 to put a solar array on the rooftop. What would it cost her, you know, for this? And so if she were to buy 3 blocks of shared solar, it would offset her usage about 49% of all of her usage. And she'd only be paying an additional $9 per year for those shared solar blocks. If it was 2 shared solar blocks offsetting 33% of her usage, then she'd be paying only an additional $9 per year. And then go back, I forgot about the single block. And then the 1 shared solar block, we left this on here. It's not quite as good. Obviously, she would reduce their usage 16% and it'd still save over $13 per year. And so for her, you know, it would be a great benefit for them to get shared solar versus covering the costs of paying for a solar array on their rooftop.
How many citizens have signed up for it? Do you know?
That's a good question.
Right now, we have about 45.
About 45.
I'm one.
We're getting more and more. It's been a great program. I will add, we did a huge push this summer. Spent some money. They could go out and advertise it through Provo a lot. I see on our Facebook, we get a lot of negative comments that come in from time to time. You know, that we're trying to destroy or get rid of rooftop solar by promoting a shared solar program. But we got 0 takers. We're kind of disappointed. Put a lot of effort into it. And so we're hoping we didn't reach our peak, you know, of customers. Spanish Fork actually has had some increase in their system for the few months through this summer when we were advertising. We're a little disappointed because we think it's a great option, especially for those that can't have solar on their rooftop, or those that just don't want to deal with the solar array on their rooftop and deal with the, you know, the degradation over time and then having to replace them again at some point in the future. So this is kind of where we're at. Any questions you have for us? Charlie, anything you'd like to ask? I guess I should say first. Okay.
You covered it. Would you want to say what the board's vote was?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so our board actually voted unanimously for that second category, right here. To go ahead and change their rates from 6.7 cents to 4 cents. That was their recommendation to you as a council. And leave the grandfathered ones where they were promised. It was a unanimous decision.
Thanks, Scott.
Which I would have was surprising. We have some board members that are very sustainability minded. They're awesome. And but after we went through all this and some serious discussions 3 times now, 4 times now, board meetings, had some great spirited discussion. That's just some great results, I think.
Well, and I think what's compelling is we keep talking about making sure that we don't subsidize, whether we're talking about utility rates, whether we're talking about rental dwelling licenses, whether we're talking about parking permits. I think one thing that we do have in common is let's stop the subsidies and let's put the costs where they actually are. So I think that makes sense that that we make sure that it aligns with not subsidizing.
Councilor Hadley.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would put it that way for me. I mean, I think one thing that's really important for me, and I hope for all of us as a council, to keep in mind is that the people who are investing in solar are helping the community. So that what they're doing is also subsidizing our efforts at improving our air quality, our efforts in improving our reliance on renewable energy. It's a pretty significant effort that they're making in terms of the financial investments. So, you know, and there are lots of things in the city that we subsidize. I mean, not everyone's going to use Epic Sports Park at the same rate, right, that it cost everybody to build that. So I mean, I'm not opposed to doing something that's fair. I'm not necessarily opposed to making some adjustments here, but I don't think I see enough language in this presentation that acknowledges the benefit that 1,200 people have invested in our city in solar energy for a pretty high principled reason. It's not just for themselves, it's for the community. And I'm sure if you asked every single one of them, that would be a pretty high motivation for them. And we have a goal as a city to reduce our carbon emissions by 2030 by 15%. And based on my calculations, the citizens in the city who've already invested in solar panels on their rooftops account for almost 3% of that goal. So they're helping us meet our goals. We're supposed to be at 50% by 2050. So this is going to be a really painful decision for them. So if whatever we do, I certainly hope we're going to vet this with full public input. I want to hear from the Sustainability Committee. I want to hear from Hannah Salzel and have us talk about our city goals. Because whatever we do with regard to this adjustment, it's got to be consistent with what we've committed as a city to do. I'm wondering if, I mean, because I know Rocky Mountain Power had a pretty prolonged discussion about this very issue within the last year, as I understand it. Have we looked at what they did or what their resolution was? Are we trying to look at models to see what other agencies are doing?
We've looked at other agencies, well, they're actually pretty similar to this. A lot of them are getting rid of, I say it that way, doing away with their subsidies for the same reasons. I'm not sure where Rocky Mountain Power is. I mean, we've had a lot of discussion on it, but I haven't seen any resolutions on it as to where they're going. And I think part of that is just because where they're sitting right now as a company with a lot of those issues up in the Northwest and those fires, they're just trying to stay afloat. And that's what you probably read a couple months ago where they took their coal-fired plants and that they plan to shut down in just a couple of years. They extended that 10 years just because costs are so much, they just can't possibly stay afloat right now because they try to cover all of those costs that come up with those issues. So some of these things I will say for them is kind of taking a back burner.
Is this something that we've had outside consultants look at, or this is all internal?
All internal, yeah.
Okay. I had another thing. Let's see. Well, I guess my concern is that we keep our focus on what our goals are with regard to renewable energy. I mean, I appreciate that this is a dollar analysis, but I didn't hear enough about what kind of benefit we're getting from what's happening or where we're trying to go. I mean, I want to make it clear, I'm a huge fan of shared solar, and I keep telling people whenever they ask me about if they should get rooftop solar, I say absolutely not. You should invest in what the city's doing. This is the best way to do it. So I'm as heartbroken as you are that we're stuck at 45, which is shockingly low. I don't know if we have to quadruple our efforts somehow because they've got people knocking on doors offering solar packages to our citizens, and they're making those decisions, I'm sure, without having properly looked at what the city, what UMPA is offering as an alternative. I'm just really hesitant to make a wholesale dollar adjustment without considering the benefits to the community. I mean, if we're paying 25% of our bill is going to purchasing at peak hour extra energy, are we factoring in the fact that the solar producers are not, they're helping us with that rather than hurting us at that moment?
Not at peak time.
Well, at peak times, they're certainly producing energy, right?
So we
They are.
Our peak is typically between 5 PM and 7 PM, and that's when solar is starting to come offline. So it doesn't quite align perfectly. There is some dovetailing, but typically our system peak is after solar hours.
In the summer, I guess, so it's more in the summer where there's more overlap.
as far as the solar peak versus.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of overlap. There is some. But again, Charlie said, the peak of solar is usually between, before 2 PM. That's really when it's about hitting its peak, that AM to 2 PM. After that, it's starting to dovetail down, and that's when we have to ramp up our generation.
Yeah.
To start making up for that. But yeah, I will add, we have. We love our rooftop solar customers. We deal with them every time we work with them. We help them walk through the process. We have nothing against rooftop solar. We don't think it's damaging our system or it's causing us any problems. They are part of, our generation, right?
Yeah,
That's one of the reasons we invested so heavily in our own solar power plants on a much larger scale because it's even cheaper. You're getting down to your stance for that versus you want to rooftop solar from home to double what that is as far as the costs are concerned. But so it does provide them through shared solar those benefits as well.
I echo Craig's thoughts, and I don't see in any way that this devalues or says we don't like rooftop solar in any way. We just have to be honest about what its benefits are and what it provides, and it doesn't provide that peak hour window. So we looked at that extensively on the board. And also at times when, even when we're buying it back, when they are overproducing and we do use it, we're paying so much more than we can on the open market. We can buy it for 3 cents on the open market. So we're purposely paying more. We can even get it free sometimes from California. So we're even free versus 6.7 is a big delta. So I don't think citizens should be subsidizing for someone else's decision to decide to do rooftop solar for themselves. And I think it's, we're not going to 3 or, I think 4 is a good number and I'm all for it.
So, I mean, if we're being honest about the benefit though.
Does anybody else have a question first?
So I was asked by a constituent a couple of questions. Number one, they want to know when they get all their credits back. Then in February, I don't have rooftop solar, so I don't understand it all, but why they cannot apply that to any other portion of the bill, like the customer service portion or the fee portion or whatever that is.
Can you answer that?
Sure. So if you remember that pie chart that showed the portion of their bill that goes towards certain parts of the grid, because they are connected to the grid, it is only just and fair that they pay for that part of the grid. So their $17 customer service charge doesn't even cover the full cost of a typical, $80 bill. They're even getting subsidized a bit on that. So it's just to make sure that we're at least attempting to cover the cost of being hooked up to the grid.
Thanks, Charlie. And the other question they had is, if our peak times are from 5 to 7, should we subsidize or could we subsidize battery users because the battery would hold, technically, right? The battery holds their overage, and then they could use that during those peak times. And is that something that the city would do? So
Great discussion. We've had discussions about that, just that we did the heat pumps and all of our other immediate choice rebate programs, trying to encourage people to, make their homes more energy efficient, et cetera, just to lower their energy consumption. That has been in discussion. Part of it also comes back to where is technology now? And it's the point where we feel it's worthwhile to start offering those types of rebates. And I don't know that we're there yet. We've got more research to do, though. That technology is changing all the time. It's getting better. One day, who knows what we're going to have. I like to equate it to our AMI meter, smart meter program. And we studied that thing for 20 years, and it wasn't until, almost 10 years ago, we finally found the meter that would actually do what we wanted. And other entities around the state had gone to all these inferior meters. And we waited and waited until the right technology was there to make sure that it would work well and it could cancel out so that we weren't losing money. We have looked at that though, and that's kind of where we're at now. It's getting there, and we're going to continue with UMPA and their program. We're going to continue to work with them to talk that through. That's kind of where we got with heat pumps, right? That was kind of the same thing. And heat pumps have now got to the point where they've gotten so much lower in cost and so much more available. Ironically, the biggest complaint we hear from customers now about heat pumps is most of your companies, those contractors don't know how to install them, but they don't know enough about it. And so they'd love to install more, but there's only certain ones that really do it well and can do it. So,
Thank you. I saw someplace there was a graph or a chart or something that said that putting solar on a house or on a building wouldn't necessarily absorb as much carbon emissions as maybe getting an EV. Because vehicles pollute like what, 40% of our environment. So I'm not so concerned about solar, especially where we have shared solar. I think with all the problems and all the costs and everything, I think actually we will be doing our constituents a favor by saying, hey, we have this program, but we're not going to subsidize you for having solar on your roof. I think hopefully that'll help them to move towards a solar farm versus having it on my property.
we have a lot of very conscientious customers out there. We really do work with them every week. And it's actually tailed off. We're doing about 3 or 4 per week on average. So it's a lot less than we've done before with rooftop solar. But we meet with them all the time and talk with them about the benefits, because to your point, there's companies out there that are leaning down some nuts so for sustainable roads for the wrong reasons. And it's nice to be able to help them make better decisions. There are some that are doing it because they just want to be more sustainable. They really want to make a difference in the environment. It's certainly one way to use it.
Councilor Whipple?
Yeah, I just wanted to understand a little bit better the slide that was the cost to city and Provo Power. I'm not sure I understand what behind meter and credits means. That was the parenthetical thing about the amount that the general fund and Provo Power is losing.
Sure, I can speak to that. So because of the way our net metering is structured, whatever the rooftop solar customer uses simultaneously in their house that they're producing, that's all what we term behind the meter usage. So their house is using the power that they're generating off the roof simultaneously. So a certain percentage of what they produce, we never even see touch the grid.
Right.
So that behind the meter usage, plus what they then get back in credits for their excess that is put back on the grid, goes into that calculation. So we have to estimate what behind the meter is, because again, you never see it, but based on how many kilowatts they installed on their roof and solar hours per day, we can estimate about how much we think they're producing at any time.
So we're saying we are not getting income from them because they're generating their own power that they're using. And we're losing additional money because then we're buying their excess from them at this higher rate.
Correct.
Okay. And so in estimating the amount that they would have to do to replace rooftop solar, we're trying to figure out how much would be for the behind the meter in addition to the amount that we're buying from them.
Yes.
Okay. But that's, and so the real problem is that $200,000 annually. That number is what we would do if we were paying for it on the market.
Yes, if we were to buy solar on the market at current rates to make up for what they're producing behind the meter and then what we're also paying them for at a premium.
Right, but we're not paying them that whole 200,000 because a lot of it's behind the meter. It's outside of our calculations. We're only paying them for the excess.
Yeah, we're only paying them for the excess, but their bill is reduced by whatever.
Right, right. But that is power, to speak to George's point, that's being used that isn't producing the emissions and things like that.
Yeah, 100%.
And that is a little teeny portion of our diversified power sources, our portfolio that we're using. Okay. Yeah, I have mixed feelings on the subsidy thing. I'm completely in support of honoring the contract that we have with the ones that are grandfathered in. I think that that would be very bad form to go and change that. And yeah, I really believe very strongly in keeping word, but also, you know, it's a good idea to follow your contracts too, even if you've built wiggle room into them.
And
Yeah.
so just to clarify, I'm not, maybe I shouldn't even say this because I don't want to gainsay your point. Having been one of those grandfathered people at one point before I moved, I wholeheartedly agree with your point, but it's not actually because of a contract. The idea was at the time that the original that we passed this law the first time around, the idea was that those people did not know that their rates could change, and they based their financial calculation about what their return on investment would be on the rates that were in place at the time. And it was everybody after that, before they could even install, we made them sign a form that says, there is no guarantee that you will get this rate. It can change at any time, and you should not build unless you understand that your ROI could be affected by that.
Right.
So it was more about a moral sense of those people having calculated their ROI on different circumstances than that there's any contractual obligation.
Yeah,
I've definitely never heard that before.
but I think that's important, right? Because part of the public trust is that we honor those expectations that we've created in people. Although a lot of the expectations, I think, are created by these unscrupulous salespeople that do not go around with the proper solicitor badge from Provo City. I had to yell at a couple of them on my front porch the other day.
Can't imagine you yelling.
They hit me at a bad moment, George. They were not Girl Scouts. And neither was I. So on this other slide, that's the subsidization slide, that Provo resident annual subsidy, the bottom line, is that how much we're subsidizing them right now? Or, okay, so if we make the change, then we no longer will be doing that little subsidy.
That's, 39 cents per customer, per the other 39,000 plus customers. That's what they're subsidizing in.
So everyone who doesn't have solar is paying $3.39 essentially to help those few people who do have it. Yeah. Is there a reason that we're not looking at, instead of setting it at 4 cents, just tying it so that it fluctuates as our prices fluctuate? Or do we think that it's better for the customers that they have a predictable firm number?
I think the biggest challenge with that, the customer service would probably ask them. If that rate adjusts as it can, quite often for 3 cents, 3.5, 3 back. You know, try to deal with that.
I don't want to do this to you, but I'm just asking.
The building system make it really hard. So we'd rather do the 4 cents and just take a little bit of the pain ourselves, because we just don't want to have to cause those kind of problems as well. And we have found out there are other power companies in the valley that have what they call power cost adjustment. Their costs for power go up, they raise those rates every month. And we've chosen specifically not to do that because people that are on fixed incomes, and especially our senior citizens, you know, that can really be a burden on them if they can't plan on a certain rate. So that's one of the reasons we try to set it.
I really appreciate that, especially that you've been able to do your long-term contracts and diversify the portfolios so that we are relatively protected here from like the fluctuations in natural gas prices and things like that. But I also see that even at the 6.7 cents, this is a stable, fairly fixed cost, and it's not subject to those fluctuations. I think if we were to do something to reduce that down to 4 cents, we would have a similar obligation that if the price per kilowatt went up significantly that the city's paying, we should pay the solar producers more as well, just as a matter of fairness. I don't think that we should get in a situation where we reduce it down to 4 cents and then suddenly we're paying 12 cents a kilowatt hour. Like we would need to raise it up to that amount. I think that would be the case right now, even with the 6.7, like for fairness, it seems like it should track as well.
I'll give you pass.
Yeah.
My name's Luke Charles.
Yeah.
So, you know, you put on her a ton, she does so much for us, and so we love her opinion especially.
No, I don't think the energy board would be opposed to that, and I think it's only fair if we adjust the market in our favor, that we would look at adjusting the market again, if we do have to pay more for solar down the road. So if it's, the door should swing both ways, in my opinion, but I think that's something we would definitely look at in the future.
Yeah. Would there be a way that we could build that in to this so that?
Look at it for sure.
Okay.
Like I said, we haven't gone out and done any studies.
Because-
Certainly call around, see if anybody else is doing it, I'm not aware of anybody that's doing it like that.
Right.
So it could be done.
Well, because right now we've got it at the 6.7, that's what they're set and expecting. Even if the price goes up a lot, they're not going to benefit from that. And so I think that if we're going to change it to be reduced and we're no longer giving them that number that they've been expecting, then it should also be able to go up if the future holds that for them.
We handle that like we do our other rates, you know, if it goes up, then we can come before the council again and say, hey, they got out. So we need to make those changes then. Because this doesn't happen often. This is not like natural gas that's been set up, down.
Yeah.
Really high peaks and some really low lows. And honestly, right now, natural gas is cheaply coal.
Yes.
You really never guess that, you know?
Yeah.
There's some other factors because of that. But, you know, this is probably gonna be a little bit more steady than that. We can certainly track it a lot easier and react to it a lot better.
I think that's the way I would feel good about doing the change, is that if it seemed like we have that kind of nexus there.
We just have.
Counselor Hoban.
Yeah, just if you're looking for a signal, I'm okay supporting the board's decision, or the board's recommendation rather, to leave the grandfathered accounts and make the change on the 906 accounts.
Counselor Hanley.
Yeah, I think I would, just that 45 number is just making me sick to my stomach. 45 citizens who are signed up for shared solar. And I mean, I feel like, I don't want to sound unsympathetic to the concerns about subsidizing, but I mean, we're, you know, when you want market changes, when you want changes in demand, you make adjustments that stimulate certain kinds of behavior. And I don't know if we can claim any causal relationship to the growth of solar panels in Provo, but we certainly have benefited from it. And it's a big number, especially compared to 45. So as far as we're losing that battle in a big way, and I'm not trying to point fingers of blame. I have no idea what will move that needle, but it's not moving at all. And meanwhile, we've gone from a few dozen to 1,200 people who put rooftop on solar on their homes. That's amazing. And I think they should be rewarded for doing something that's right for their community. And if it means subsidizing them for some time forward until we move the needle on our own customers signing up for shared solar and really making an indent that way. I mean, we're in a market competition essentially with solar right now between our program and what the solar industry is out there peddling. And I think we've got to at least be more competitive than we are. And that seems to me to move the needle pretty far. Whatever we end up doing with this, I just hope we're really, I understand no one here means ill toward anybody who has rooftop solar, but they're not going to see this as anything but a punishment. They're not going to see this certainly as an acknowledgement that they invested thousands of dollars in the community. if we're saying now you're gonna have to pay extra, when they thought, maybe mistakenly, but they thought, hey, I'm pulling myself off of the grid essentially, or I'm becoming energy independent. I mean, I understand those nuances better than the average person, I think, but most people need more education on that, but we still have to win the symbolic battle a little bit. And I don't think putting this in terms of subsidies and fairness is going to be the kind of language that's going to win those people over, because they're going to say, look, I invested thousands in this community. And so, you know, and I don't hear the language that acknowledges what I've done. It's in our sustainability plan, but to be totally honest, it's not in your BHAG. Your BHAG says nothing about clean and renewable energy, and it should. I've always felt that way about it. I mean, it talks about customer service, it talks about safety. And again, you guys have my constant admiration for doing such a fantastic job in Provo and being such a great partner. But I think in your BHAG, you could stand to say, we're going to do all of that, and we're going to do it in a sustainable way for future generations. That to me is really, really bold, because then you're saying we're not just thinking about the financial bottom line, we're thinking about the environmental bottom line, because that's really, energy is the key to our future. And if getting this right as a city matters more to me than anything else, and by saying getting this right, I mean getting our city off of fossil fuels and on clean and renewable energies as efficiently and effectively and economically viably as possible. I think we can do it, but we're not. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, we've got this incredible solar farm, we've got this incredible shared solar thing, and we're not moving the needle on our citizens where it really could help. And maybe I just need to dedicate more hours of my day to helping you guys with that, because I am a proselyter of it. I'm constantly telling people about the farm and about the shared solar. And I guess I'm not having any impact either, because 45, I probably know 40 of them.
You probably do.
So I mean, honestly, if we were really, really bold and audacious, let's think of some way to incentivize people to sign up.
Can we do
Make
an
it-
opt-out like we did? For
Make it like, yeah, we could. I mean, I don't know. I want to hear those kind of bold ideas before I worry about this bottom line. This doesn't feel like a lot is at stake, but that's the big thing that's at stake for me is, are we going to be at 49 a year from now? Is that acceptable to us? It's not to me. You know, that should be 4,000. That should be 4,000 people. It should be more than rooftop solar.
I was one of those people even when I had rooftop solar.
So Brian gets double credit.
Probably for some of the 45 are also double, those who are doubling up.
You've been one of our best. We hated to lose them.
So I have a question though about the process for getting your rooftop solar. When are they talking to you in conjunction with talking to their salesperson and signing a contract and doing their budget? Like,
It's all part of that process.
So-
Once they met with the solar company, they sit down and they start going through the contract, and they're told they need to get with us, and then we work with them as well. Getting them signed up, get them our contract. There's a video that they watch, they have to watch before they can sign up. It's actually a great video. If you haven't seen it,
But we don't know if, like, we know that they're often not seeing that video.
Yeah, a lot of times they're not.
Can we require it? Like I have to, I'm required to watch all kinds of videos when I'm getting my, you know, harassment training and everything else.
That's a hard part, you know, unfortunately, the process starts with them and the salesperson. It often isn't always.
Yeah.
They're very disingenuous.
You get a $5 discount of your next bill if you watch this video.
When they come in and talk to us, there are times we'll sit down and say, hey, pencil this out, let's talk. What's your average power bill per month? You know, this is gonna cost you X amount of dollars. It'll take you more than 20+ years to pay for this. Is that a wise investment? No.
So-
If they're doing it for sustainable reasons, then a lot of times they'll say, yeah, I don't care what it is. I want this on my roof. And we totally admire that. We totally support them. But there are a lot that are surely doing it because they think they're making a wise financial decision.
okay.
You know, in fair, I got a son that runs a solar company and sells solar, you know. They never sell any. They just don't, because especially among utilities, the rates are so low, he said, we can't even give a good argument and convince people truthfully to do it, unless it's for a sustainable reason. And so they opt to go to California, he's in Hawaii right now, in Texas, and do it other places, but.
So you think it's fair to say that most of those people are doing it for sustainability, not for finance?
It doesn't make it.
Well, I'd say that the larger number of probably do because they're convinced that it's gonna save money. And even after we walk them through the process and they sign the contract, they'll come back months later, hey, why am I still getting a utility bill? The salesman told me I wouldn't get a power bill. You know, information told you, we told you, you will. We try to explain it to them, but they're so caught up into the promises. They don't really pay attention. We've got a number of what we feel is as many fail safes as we can put into play that's in our control, and we can't make a decision.
Brian, are there other regulations or safeguards that we can put on the rooftop solar sales people? Because they often are predatory.
That's
And-
probably a discussion for another day, so we don't.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'd have, I mean, nothing occurs to me off the top of my head, off the top of my head because of what we already put in place. I mean, they can't install without a permit and they can't get a permit unless the homeowner certifies that they've watched the video. I don't know how we get to the point of, you know, I don't know if we say, it'd have to be something like, you can't even get the permit until the homeowner personally shows up at the energy office and watches the video with Charlie. And gets her signature on the parental permission slip.
Yeah.
To get the permit. kind of thing.
okay.
I knowingly go against my self-interest.
Would it be viable to make shared solar an opt-out thing instead of an opt-in?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's,
One way to do
the
it.
council wants to say that that is the law in Provo is that you. Charlie wants to say.
I don't know if we want to like encourage this discussion, but we do every year. I create a report for CAT that shows every residential customer who consistently uses over 1,200 kilowatt hours a month. Because those are the people who are most likely to financially benefit from doing shared solar. And we send a push email to them every year saying you would save this much money a year. And we're still not getting very many, but we do have a list of people who would benefit from doing shared solar.
Wonderful, thank you.
How would that be to be in a financial position where you can care, you know? You can save money, you didn't even care.
All right.
I don't think any of us in this room. are in that situation.
Yeah, well, I do have the shared solar, it's great. But we need to be very honest with ourselves that first of all, the rooftop solar and the shared solar are not energy dependent. And energy independent, you know, right? They do rely on the grid, they do rely on the other energy that you provide. And also, for be honest, most of these people with rooftop solar were also subsidized by taxpayers in getting the rooftop solar from federal subsidies. So that's all taxpayer money. And I know people who did that and got huge, there was some point when it was a huge rebate when it was financially viable. It's not now, but you know, there was some people I know who did it then, it was paid off really quick because it was so subsidized by taxpayers. And we're not taking something away from them. It is literally market prices. We've been giving them a bonus, right? Like and if they don't understand that, we need to explain that. But if we're being honest about the numbers, it's a market price. Like when I go buy my fish or steak, I pay market price. Like they change. And thankfully these don't change a lot, but we've been subsidizing them for some time. Any other thoughts? I do have a question for you about what we buy back. Do we buy back energy that we're not going to use? Or do we only buy back energy we are using?
Rooftop solar powers, we pay for whatever the extra.
Okay, so what percentage of that is to waste, not used? It's high.
That would probably be a question for UMPA because they're the ones buying our power on the market when we need it or when we don't need it. So they might have more insight into that. But no, we don't. do that.
But we are paying for power we're not using, just like California gives us free power sometimes because they just, because they just had so much extra and they weren't gonna get anything from it. And there are times that we are paying 6.7 cents a kilowatt for something that's not being used or not usable, so to speak. Because when they're getting most of their solar rooftop, it's not peak times. Okay.
To be fair, like, it is a small enough percentage that it likely doesn't calculate into UMPA's purchasing.
Okay.
Just because we only have 1,200 customers, so if it does impact it, I wouldn't say it's greatly,
So
but
it's not just about Provo, it's
Yeah.
bigger than Provo.
Mhm.
Other, okay,
yeah.
that makes sense then. Thank you. All right, well, any more discussion? I'd like to make a motion that we move ahead with keeping the sunset grandfathered accounts and moving ahead with the Energy Board's decision to reduce the current 6.7 credits to 4 cents for the middle group of people.
The Energy Board's recommendation.
Sorry, Energy
they-
Board's recommendation.
They need that vote from us. Is that?
Well, we're just making a motion to keep, like, it would be the next step for them to come. It's not finalizing it. But I'm making a motion to have Energy come back to us in a meeting
When?
in December.
Okay. I would like to make a second motion,
Substitute.
or no? It's a different motion.
Procedurally, we gotta see if there's a second for you, because if there's no second, then there's no.
Okay, he's seconding
There you
that.
go.
Okay. So
Do we take a vote on
let's do a vote on this one first, and then I'll make mine.
Can we have a discussion?
Okay, discussion.
Yeah, discussion on the vote.
I'm concerned about the feedback that I was alluding to and the time you might need to consult with more other agencies. I'd like to know much more about the incentive results that result from a change like this. In other words, do we have any data from other cities about the impact this change might have
What's
on?
the impact you're worried about?
I'm going to finish my thought here. On the rate of solar rooftops in the city. In other words, will a change like this disincentivize the building of solar rooftops? And if that's the case, what are we going to do to replace those potential solar rooftops with more solar, shared solar? I want to keep our focus on the goal of 15% by 2030. That's only 5 years away. And I don't think we have any reason to believe we're very close to that or on track for it. So if this is going to negatively affect the overall use of clean energy in the city in some way, I'd want to know what that effect is. So I'm just a little bit worried about a matter of a few weeks turnaround here in terms of, I'd like the Sustainability and Natural Resources Committee to weigh in on this. We've heard from the Energy Board. I'd like to hear from them. And I want to make sure that the public has an opportunity to weigh in. All the people who are going to be affected by this will want to know about it in time and time to give some feedback. So that's my only concern with timing. So I guess I would prefer that it be a little bit later, maybe. I don't know how many more meetings we have. What do we have? 3 more meetings?
Yeah.
Good, 2. And I think there's only 1 meeting in
December.
I thought we had 2.
So it's like.
I think there's only 1.
It'd be the
Yeah,
meeting after.
so I think I'd rather wait until January. That's not too objectionable.
I don't see how this will lower any overall solar use with our shared solar farms. I think we'll just be incentivizing the shared solar.
I'm
over-
asking for data on that. I'm not saying that I have an opinion. I just want
Yeah.
to make sure we have examples from other cities, because there are presumably examples. I'd like to know what other cities have done. Just want to make sure we're exhausting all of our resources and looking at it.
Okay. My concern's different from George's. I would like, and I can turn this into a motion, some sort of standard or guidance that the credit needs to be within 1 cent of the market rate. And so if the market rate is changing, then that triggers an automatic need to reconsider the credit amount, whether that's up or down. And it seems like, you know, we've got kind of a 1 cent range right now that we're looking at. We're not putting it exactly at the market rate, but we're far from that at the moment. And I would see that as something that would address both the needs of the solar customers and the power company by keeping that consistent. And that ends up being more, I think, of a policy decision or like it, and I don't know if the council actually has a role in that or if that's an administrative thing, but I would not be comfortable voting for the change unless there were that sort of a policy change to protect it. Otherwise, I think that we should leave it at the current rate that they're expecting so that we have that consistency. I don't know if I've stated that clearly enough, if my counselors understand me. But is that, I guess this would be a question for Justin or for Brian, like what would the council's role be on that sort of an input to the administration or to power?
In my head, I think it would be something that you'd want to trigger looking at it, but then it would be something that again, just came to us and we decided, and whatever council was there would decide again.
Right, but I want to create that trigger. Brian took a deep breath.
Well, are you asking, is that something that could be looked into prior to the presentation and whenever it is? Is that what you're asking? Like when they come back, if they're gonna come back and make a firm ask, but usually we get option 1, option 2, option 3 or something like that. Is it possible to have that as something that you look into?
But I'm saying that I wouldn't be comfortable voting today even to move ahead without that kind of protection.
Are you just asking for a triggering review?
Yes.
Some sort of standard operating procedure at
Yes.
some regular interval? There's a.
Or just as the market rates change significantly, if the amount that we're paying is significantly different than the amount that the credit is.
So what's significant?
More than 1 cent.
I mean, I guess
Might be like all the time.
my concern is making this so complicated. This starts feeling like a federal tax return. My question would be, has it been a problem? If it hasn't, I wouldn't worry about it. If it becomes a problem, come to the council. I think it's that simple. And that we don't need to add extra overlay would be my take.
Yeah.
ARPA annual review.
That's a great idea.
Know where they're at,
That's
it's gone up or down.
Yeah, just make it one of your
That's according-
KPIs that you look at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's easy to keep KPIs, like trying to keep.
Okay.
Mind.
Yes, yes. Well, and I think that's a reasonable thing to make sure that the market rate and the credits are analogous,
Yeah.
right? That they match in some way that makes sense. Because part of the reason you're here now is we do have a mismatch between those and it's not making sense.
Yep.
Okay,
That would be very simple. Like wrong, Charlie.
okay,
You'll be.
And we have Charlie on it.
okay. you
I
guys
make
are-
your promises all the time.
Okay, so with that kind of assurance, I don't think a formal motion is necessary, but that was the assurance that I needed so that I could feel comfortable moving forward, which is like, guess why we have council discussion.
Okay. We have a vote on the motion, or does someone else want to say anything else?
Could I just get clarity on whether or not my idea of waiting until January is acceptable or not?
I'd rather talk about December to get it changed in January with the fees.
Yeah. We do have a meeting on the 3rd and on the 17th.
Oh, we do too.
December.
Oh, we do have 2 in December.
At least that's what's in our calendar.
Unless you want council to cancel one.
I think you were gonna say add another one.
That's not an option. Well, the 24th would be a week later. Why not?
I would just rather wait until January. I'd just rather give us more time.
I think that's reasonable.
I mean, Christmas holiday, you're not gonna get a lot of people showing up to a meeting. I don't know. This seems like,
What's the first meeting in January, Michael? The 7th?
Yeah, it'll be 3 weeks after the 15th, we're skipping the New Year's Eve meeting. Don't we have a lot
We
of
are.
areas, don't we have a priorities meeting in January as well as the regular?
I've got priorities on the 7th and then a work meeting on the 14th.
So you
And
don't
the
have a council meeting till the 14th?
28th.
correct.
That's right.
Yeah. The 14th, does that make you happy? Sure.
That sounds reasonable to me as well.
So we'll change the motion to January 14th. All right, so we'll take a vote on the motion. Counselor Christensen,
Yes.
Counselor Garrett,
Yes.
Counselor Hanley,
While I appreciate the date move, I'm voting no, sorry.
no worries. You should do what you think you should do. Counselor Hogan,
Yes.
Counselor McKay, yes. Counselor Whipple,
Yeah.
Counselor Bogdan.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1. Thank you so much, Scott. All right, thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, Charlie.
And thank you for coming. All right, next, a discussion regarding priorities for the 2025 legislatives. Oh, we're gonna have a break. Break. Okay, we'll have a break until 3:05.
Great.
Are you sure?
I'm just gonna go to that real quick and we have a discussion on one specific.
Yeah. This kind of threw me off. Another problem with that. So, meeting adjourned.
Good, how are you? Craig.
Oh, everybody, be quiet.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Regarding priorities for the 2025 legislative session, and we presented by Justin Harrison, our Council Executive Director.
All right, thanks, Chair McKay. If you don't mind, I'm just gonna talk from here. I hope it becomes more of a conversation than me talking. But over the last couple of weeks, solicited some feedback from the council regarding state legislative priorities. Staff has been making note of topics that have come up over the last year that would require state legislative action for something to happen, and have listed those in kind of our, I'll say, just poorly put together backup material. It's just a couple of bullet points. But really wanted that to be the center of the discussion today. Though I didn't receive any email feedback, so if there are additional topics, feel free to chime in, and hopefully Michael can pull them up for us on the screen. But really, the things that have come up in the last year revolve, and some of these even longer, have revolved around 4 topics. The Transportation Utility Fund, which was also a topic of discussion during the last legislative session. Housing in general, and Councilor Garrett made a great point about the minutes from the housing summit being a really good launching point for things that the council is looking for, and many of the asks that you all had of legislators and state folks that were in the room for that. Some that are a little more specific include tenants' rights, including this included some discussion about habitability issues and property owner penalties for illegally renting units. And this actually came up in a neighborhood District 3 meeting and discussion week before last. Last week. We haven't had District 4 yet. I'm getting ahead of myself. So last week, and Representative Judkins and
District 3.
Yep. So Representative Judkins was there, as well as soon to be Representative Shepherd, who were both interested in that topic. And then last was additional funding for the Utah State Hospital. So I don't know where you want to go from here. Happy to kind of guide where we're going. I know Isaac's got some updates as well, as he works closely with ULCT. But we can kind of go down the list. If you want to throw out any other or new topics that you wanted to discuss, happy to do as well.
We also discussed at the state level having increased fees available to the city.
Yep.
Is that
Yep.
nestled in what it is?
Yeah, we should bullet it out.
Yep, so that was part of the property owner penalties for illegally renting units, but we can make that its own little sub bullet. And kind of on that topic, that was what came up in this neighborhood District 3 meeting, and I know there was some interest. So Brian's gone, but we can kind of
Why is Brian gone?
delve into that conversation.
Do we feel the need to discuss like and homelessness and warming houses and the mandate and all that, like, or are we comfortable with where that's at today? It seems like it's such a, that's a big burden to have so many warming houses. It seems like, I mean, I'm not an expert, but my idea was like fewer warming houses and maybe more transportation or something, but so that this, less of a staffing need. I don't know. Is that something, a topic we want to bridge, or just see how this shakes out this year?
I think we're still in the learn and observe mode.
Yeah.
That's my sense.
Okay.
How are we though with volunteers? I mean, is it a burden on the volunteers?
It's just, well, what I was referring to is that the requirement for volunteers and the number of warming houses is quite a bit. So I had an idea of like, could you have fewer warming houses, which requires fewer staff, but then offer transportation or something like that.
I've volunteered already for the warming houses, and there's not more than one a night. and Provo, so.
I thought throughout Utah County, didn't we have, no, just one?
One per night.
Yeah,
So it's
so
Three different locations.
it's three different locations and they rotate through the week. So it's the same number of volunteers.
Oh, I
They don't seem to
misunderstood
have
that
had a
then.
problem getting volunteers. I've just, maybe I was gonna ask about this too. I mean, I don't know. Isaac and I are trying to coordinate a ride along with the social worker from the county. I mean, I'm interested. I don't know. I'm trying to investigate this and maybe potentially bring this to the council if it came to a council thing, but I'd much rather a statewide solution on mental health. But it seems to me that I did do a ride along with Officer Grow and watched interactions with the homeless. And he said, you know, essentially, we're asked to do a lot of things that we're not really equipped to do. And it has a lot to do with mental health issues. So I don't know if like that's a statewide solution, a county solution, if there's a city piece of the puzzle, hiring social workers at different levels. I don't know, but it does seem to me like that ought to be, you know, whatever wisdom and resources the state wants to offer. I don't think we should shy away from asking for more top-down coordination because it's such a complicated issue that it seems like we're trying to solve a problem in the middle of the weeds, right? Where we can't really see what all the different agencies are doing, but at the statewide level, if they had better coordination and funding for counties and for cities to be able to help with mental health professionals, because there's no question in my experience, this as brief as it's been in the last couple of months, that there's an overwhelming number of people with serious mental health problems that are under-medicated, underserved, and we don't seem to have, I mean, anyway, I don't want to get into all the.
George, is that one
Yeah.
of Tyler's priorities though? I mean, Tyler Clancy has a few.
I know mental health is pretty high on his list. Yeah. I mean, he's been
Yeah.
addressing that for,
Maybe a
It
good
is a state
coordination
issue,
effort
it's
with you.
not a.
yeah. Yeah, I've already been in conversation with him about it. In fact, he's shared some examples from other states that are pretty interesting. So yeah, I'm definitely, but if that's something that we want to add to that list, I would definitely be in favor of at least, you know, asking, letting them know that we welcome and need more assistance and integration of services. So that, I mean, and the little I can understand about it is that the most effective responses are really well integrated and coordinated. So there's that really effective coordination of different agencies. And it seems like that does require a little more centralized state level effort. Plus, I think, you know, as Isaac's been fighting this battle, but like, if we get more investment from the state, it also helps ease the burden off of Provo's shoulders alone and really pushes other cities to be a part of the solution. I think that's got to come from the state, right?
The piece that, in case anybody hasn't heard, we're kind of going to look it up, but Commissioner Gordon is sending an invoice to every city based on their population to help with these homeless. It's a voluntary invoice.
Yep.
But we're gonna try that for a year or two and see how that goes. And
And then you'll have info.
worst case
to-
scenario, everybody shines us and that'll lead to another discussion. You know, well, maybe that's not the worst case scenario, you know,
Yeah.
but so
It'll be telling.
it's a worthy exercise. When he's brought it up with mayors, they've all nodded their support and sent it to us. So that's one way the county's trying to do it. It's great. It's a great.
Plus, I love that he's Commissioner Gordon.
Yeah.
I've always wanted a Commissioner Gordon. That's why he has my full support. No, he's great. I really
George,
like.
date yourself with that reference.
But every time you say Commissioner Gordon, I think, wait a minute, are we in Gotham?
Isaac, do you anticipate, I mean, we're at 2 years running now where we've had state mandated directions relative to providing homeless services. Do you have any anticipation for what this year Might there be yet another level of mandate relative to the care of the homeless?
Yeah, they're certainly good. Yeah, I mean, Niederhauser, Wayne Niederhauser is looking to do right by the statewide effort and we've received lots of funding for the warming centers through state funds. So just to be clear, it hasn't been Provo City paying it all. We've stepped up when there's been an odd need or two. So has the county. And that's one thing that the commissioner is going to say in his letter, he hasn't already sent it, is that we've done some of that and we're not going to ask for reimbursement, but going forward, we need this pool of funds to kind of meet needs and things. So the big discussion is the big shelters. They're talking about doing 1 to 3 big shelters and see
Congregate type shelters.
what's that?
Congregate.
living.
Congregate permanent
Those are
shelters.
bad. Those are not good for the people who are funneled into them. They're not good for the surrounding community. They're just bad.
It's really weird how Salt Lake a few years ago did the disperse model and now they've all declared it a failure and said we need to, it just seems like a pendulum swing back and forth because they had centralized and then they said, no, centralized doesn't work. Let's spread it. And within 5 years, spreading doesn't work. Let's centralize. So
Is there any appetite, do you think, on the state level for non-congregate shelters, which could be, a single large facility, but you don't have the exact same items that you do with like all of the bunks in one room?
I don't know. All I know is it seemed like a pretty strong vote from the board to move towards large permanent congregate shelters.
How hard is it to add just the word non or the non in there? Like, can you just slip that in?
Consider it done.
Okay. I'll watch you like sneak up there with like some whiteout and a Sharpie before they vote on
I didn't
it.
say it would be done. I just invite you to consider it done.
I bet that had more to do with public outcry than an actual looking at the policy and the data and.
Well, if you have 5 locations where you're gonna put homeless shelters, you have 5 neighborhoods that are going.
That's what I'm saying.
instead of
That's what
one.
I'm saying.
Yeah. They found five times as much opposition.
Right.
when they
But
tried to find-
there is a problem. I mean, we're seeing that with the warming centers too, that, the more people use it, the more mayhem it can sometimes cause, right? Like the more people who are sick, or there are more people who misbehave and cause a ruckus and create problems for others. And there's there were probably 50.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it was and it, but there was someone who ended up calling 911. There was some health issues. So yeah, I mean, it's not a smooth road by any means.
It's inherently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, should we be pushing for more funding for something like Wasatch Behavioral Health, mental health services, and the state hospital as one way to address the problem that's contributing to the homelessness? What do you think, Isaac?
Great question. With all of these, I find that it's all about coalitions and momentum. And so, you're always constantly reading the room. I don't want Provo City to go contrary to the task force that we sit on. I don't want it to go contrary to the league. So I think it's good for us to generate these ideas and then go see if is there momentum? Is there a consensus with some others? Is there a coalition of sorts? I don't think we'll ever get very far. Provo City kind of standing alone, trying to get something done at the legislature. I mean, it can happen. We should try if it's the right cause. But I think I'm still, we're just kind of getting started on this, and I don't know where we even are on budget and everything. So we'll have to see.
Yeah.
If I can insert real quick though, super useful when the council kind of came out strong on owner occupancy being their priority.
And one thing.
Having
Making it.
having one thing in the housing world, I was just with the mayor yesterday at the Utah League of Cities and Towns board meeting. And the Utah League of Cities and Towns, you've seen there's the Legislative Policy Committee, and that's 100, maybe to 200 people voting from cities, a couple here. And then you've got smaller group, the board, and then you've got the officers. And it's been good for me over the last 7 years to just kind of see how those influence things. There's also a small
small group strategy committee that I'm on, and that's city staff that we meet also. And yeah, this is where you see all these things happen. Having the council come out strongly with that has been so helpful. So I saw the mayor yesterday as we were doing things, she was able to keep coming back to Provo's priority is owner occupancy and pushing towards that. And I think that's just very helpful. So certainly a role for council to play in helping give us, you know, consensus items like that. I think that was just a really good decision to make. There's so many things to talk about in affordable housing. And to just put that focus on that has been really useful to me and to the mayor. It's a good thing. Yeah.
Well, maybe bullet point number 4 should just be mental health.
Yeah.
And that covers state hospital, homeless issues.
That's what I
Yeah.
treated about.
Mental health resources.
That's the other thing. Yeah, so there are Provo only priorities, like when we go get airport money or something like those. And that's something and the nice thing about that is that doesn't run counter to the league. It doesn't run counter to really anybody. It's just there's money and let's go try and get it. You know, and the ones that are, you know, there are several that are in a category of more of a statewide, you know, Olympic funding is one that we're excited about, but we won't do that alone. We'll have to go get our coalition of all the Olympic cities and get some more. We've already got some. Scott's been effective. I've seen him up there talking to the committees and getting funding for that. You know, there's the Lorraine McAllister Fund, a funding source that we like, but it's not one where there's it's just going to be more money that's going to help preserve open space through conservation easements. And it might go all to Logan and other places. So we probably don't put all our poker chips and, you know, advocating for that. I would put the same, you know, we've talked about in our committee, you know, sports tourism funding so that we could have more opportunity to tap into that for like the Epic Sports Park and Olympic related things. Utah State Hospital and mental health funding. I kind of put in that other tier of it's like a statewide good thing to do. But you're probably not going to go see me hitting up every legislator about those. If we're having a conversation, I could say, you know, those are things we're interested in. I don't know. That's just how I approach it.
I agree with your perspective on it. Like the main things that are directly hitting Provo is the
transportation utility fee. Yeah.
The owner occupancy and then the property owner penalties, you know, that fee getting that, because we can't do anything without the state moving that.
Yep.
I mean, everybody wants the mental health stuff. It's a national
So
problem.
let's be a part of that coalition.
But that's just, I don't know how much of our time spent on that's going to change the pendulum of it all. Like we're not gonna.
Especially where with so many of these, you have legislative committees and other groups that are putting so much time in it. I mean, yeah, and the league too. I mean, you know, so you got the Commission on Housing Affordability and everything. And then, you know, I just been impressed with the league. They do these survey questions, you know, would your city be willing to adopt an overlay in part of your city that gives more incentives, density bonuses, setback reductions, et cetera, to builders in exchange for guaranteed affordable housing? So they do these and they get 253 respondents from cities and they find 58% are comfortable with it. How do you feel about 8 units to the acre so long as 6 are deed restricted to be price capped and owner occupied? So, you know, there'd be a state law that says you can do 8 units to the acre anywhere, as long as 6 of them are owner occupied with a price cap. Guess how many were comfortable with that? 13% of our voters. So, you know, but it's just to suggest that for these big issues, I think the league is a trusted, viable place to go to kind of navigate these. And as we have input, we can channel that through the league. If it dies with the league, if it doesn't fly with the league, again, it's gonna be really hard for us to go get more votes against the league on our approach.
I think when they are having, or not the league, but the legislature, those different work groups are having discussions about mental health funding and things like that. Provo can add a perspective because we do host the state hospital.
And a lot of
people who require those services. So I think it would be good for us to be engaged in those conversations because of how we're positioned. I have good feelings about our state mental hospital, but I know that it's not operating at capacity. Like it's got so much more bed space. It just doesn't have staffing, doesn't have the funding to take on more people. And there's huge need. their wait list, it's hard to get into it, and it's just a matter of the money for it.
But too, that
But I appreciate your point. I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that we
Oh, we have a
slide
voice,
into those
absolutely.
conversations.
But
Yeah.
too, with that, you would have to get the mental hospital on board, because I don't know if their administration is necessarily seeing it from our point of view.
They would take more money.
But I don't know if they would or not. My sister works there, so I've heard things.
Yeah.
But I think that would be something you'd have to make sure they were on board with.
Yeah.
On board with.
Oh, sorry, I'll defer to Craig.
Well, I was just gonna make a procedural, it would be helpful if these points were articulated in statements, like,
What we need with the transportation fund that
Yes.
nonprofit should be.
All the ability of cities to do a
Yeah,
transportation.
like home ownership, you know, we want to promote home ownership instead of
Through policy and zoning.
something general. Again, if it's very specific.
We support any legislative acts that help
Yes.
encourage homeowners.
So we support and we.
That's why we're talking now.
Mhm.
Perfect. Yeah, because like that third bullet point, what that boils down to me is how can we protect tenants with the way we've been preempted by the state?
That's it. Yes, that's much better.
Right? Like, what can we do? And we're very limited. And if we do actually find like a little crack to wiggle through, will they immediately caulk it up? And then paint over it with a landlord special? You know, and so this is a real concern for me, and I don't know how we can do this.
I don't know if the league I don't recall the league in 7 years ever talking about this at all. I've never framed it as a city issue. Maybe it can be, and I'm happy to float it by
I
Cameron and
think
see.
we're more concerned about it in our city because we have a higher
How much it
percentage
is?
of tenants than other cities that have more homeowners.
Certainly possible.
Because that's a huge portion of our population that we're not able to effectively protect and advocate for.
If we can frame it as part of housing affordability and preventing homelessness or something, there's probably a path that we can ride this thing. I don't, because I mean, the landlord lobby is enormously powerful.
Well, there's another issue that related to that, which may be, much lower down the list of priorities, but recycling. Yeah, we can't, because of a state law that protects landlords, we can't require recycling in higher density units. And that's, that might not be a big deal to most cities, but that's like a lot of recycling that we can't get in Provo because of a state.
It would be
Protection.
contaminated stream anyway, George, come on.
Well, no, I actually think it might help because otherwise they bring all their stuff down to Kiwanis and just throw it in the bin. They'll throw sofas in there, they'll throw anything they can think of. Bryce will back me up on that. It's nuts. Anyway.
Yeah. Can we get something like an update on the transportation utility fund and where we think that's gonna be going in the next?
Started, yeah, we have that.
Well,
But we're hearing there will be a bill to strip us, well, to exempt churches and other nonprofits.
And the church is running that through, so.
That's my understanding is that the church, Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is.
So are we
They've
gonna,
been the one who's most active.
are we gonna get a lobby to go fight that, or are you gonna try and really?
Well, the Utah League of Cities and Towns again.
So
is
there are.
hyper focused on this. Cameron Deal was talking to the
Can we
mayor
get
and I
some
about
news
it
stories
yesterday.
about it? News
So-
articles?
how can we, as council members, help you and the league on that issue? Like, do we write op-eds? Do we do a resolution? Do we like go up to Capitol Hill and stand on the steps with a banner? Like, what would be effective?
I think.
Or like talking to Tyler and,
Conversations with
Microphone?
legislators and
Okay.
soon to be.
because some things
legislators.
would be counterproductive. I don't want to do those
And I
things.
think there's a big risk on that. I mean, Cameron Deal is very thoughtful, very good, and the league is, they're very conscientious. They really do their homework. And I just think they do the action alerts when it's time. And if you're
Okay.
not on those, you can get on that list. So okay, now it's time. Because so much of this is behind the scenes and wait and see. And it's about not going to pitchforks
when that's counterproductive.
Right.
And so I think, yeah, I mean, it probably comes across in some ways, it could come across as just kind of, you know, I don't know, mamsy-pamsy, but just, I really believe in following, I've seen the wisdom in staying aligned with the league. And that's kind of boring in a way, because you wait till the alert and you want to be doing more, but they're very thoughtful and deliberate in what they do. And they are very careful not to storm the castle until it's time.
So we've already communicated our position to the league. We feel like our position and the league's position are fairly well aligned.
Absolutely.
And so we're gonna let them drive that bus.
Yeah.
And we
We'll
will,
activate, mobilize as soon as they tell us to. Now they're again, super fine to have anybody have little side conversations with legislators about it.
so
But
talking to our
op-eds
legislators is
and that
good.
kind of thing, I don't think it's time for.
Okay, well, because I don't want to do something
Right.
that makes it worse.
Right.
And I've seen that happen before.
I think this is a pretty quiet under the radar issue. I don't think it's in the public
Well,
sphere very much.
because nobody's gonna watch this meeting, so we're good.
Should it be?
Right.
That's my question.
I don't think so. I don't think it's time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
But good
so that ends up being a similar thing with, like if I want to change the need itineraries, I talked to Cameron and other people, and the feedback I've gotten is once we've been preempted, there's almost no way to roll that back. There's no way that we can regain that power from the state once they've taken it. So,
Yeah, you'd need a nice wave to ride on. You'd need some changes. And again, shape it as housing affordability. Now, you get Steve Waldrop to kind of see your point. That's, you gotta find a way. I
okay.
think, something like that.
So would that be the sort of thing where I need to become friends with Kurt Cullimore? Do you know what I mean?
That's gonna help.
Well, no, because this is somebody who shaped it, but if I could present an issue to him that made it look like it was going to support landlord rights and tenants, but somehow also helped. You know, like, would that be the only way to get a change?
I mean, you're talking, to my understanding, you're going to your number one sort of person on the opposite side of it. I think coalition building is the way. Yeah, find some way that way is what comes to my mind more than that. But it can't, I mean, probably can't hurt to go talk to the people on the other side of the issue.
Yeah,
and see if
because
you can
I'd actually be
find
really
common ground.
curious about talking with them
Yeah.
and saying, how do you feel this is working? Do you see that there are problems that your landlords are pushing you on? Honestly, maybe that's what I should be asking, is like, what other restrictions are they looking at imposing? Like, are they looking at any changes to that section that would make it even harder for us? Or are they just gonna wait until we find something good and then smack us like whack-a-mole?
Let me just share with everyone what I shared with you when you kind of first brought this, which is I'm totally fine. In fact, I would enjoy when I go to meet with legislators, if I can say to them, now this isn't really a Provo City thing, but we have someone who's very passionate about this and is looking for someone to help them sponsor a bill. So I'm just like a liaison, putting people together. I would rather have 5 of those in my toolkit to talk about when I'm standing there,
I gotta write up something
conversation
for you, man.
than to not have those, because that's a good thing, because I'm sure you could find a legislator who has worked on this issue and would love to brainstorm with you and carry a bill, or maybe tell you it's just it's an empty exercise. So
Yeah,
Rachel, I heard that Marcia sponsored it's Marcia sponsored the like.
She's tried.
It didn't go anywhere.
yeah. Yeah, I think it's hard. Criminal and civil fines, that's an interesting thing.
So this was the suggestion, so based off of some of the earlier discussion, earlier this year, council discussion, and what came up at the District 3 neighborhood meeting the other day. And there was some discussion of the city not having enough enough teeth in their finding power to make landlords want to comply with some of these violations. And so some of Ryan's suggestions included either unlinking or coupling this criminal and civil fines, or raising the cap, plastic misdemeanors, because that's what that cap is allowed to be. So that's your $1,000. So there seemed to be some interest by some current and future legislators.
The reason why it's phrased as unlinking is because it's not that the state statute says civil fines are capped at $1,000. It says civil fines are capped at the cap of criminal fines. So that's why I say unlinked. They're not independent.
And so that link is set in the state law?
Yeah.
And so we would ask someone to just break the link?
Right, so they'd have to, I mean, yeah. Well, there's two ways to go about it. One is to raise the cap for the criminal fine, which automatically raises the cap in the civil fine. That seems like a harder sell to me, based on all kinds of criminal justice reform type ideas. The alternative idea is to say, well, okay, keep the Class B misdemeanors where they are, but unlink them and have a separate higher cap civil fines.
Yeah.
I would love to do that one. It's gonna be really hard. You saw how they got rid of our ability to issue a fine that Provo City has never issued.
Stormwater.
On stormwater, we've never done one because it was so minor, but again, there's a strong
Lobby.
narrative that cities are standing in the way of development, and that fines are just a tool to hurt that.
Are there some cities that are doing that in the state of Utah?
One city, one person in one city probably did it, and now we haven't.
We do see legislation by anecdote.
That is how we make our best laws.
The league does good surveying on that too, and can tell you, they're, vast majority, are not bad actors, are not doing crazy stuff, they're trying really hard to do it right.
Do you know if the league has done any survey asking the cities what they think about renter issues, or if there's any
I've never
support for that?
heard, I don't think I've heard the word renter, tenant, or landlord. I don't think I've heard it, and it's just not been a discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if that's just an area they would be willing to even ask questions about. It seems that as we're getting more people moving into the state and the more housing crunch, we're probably seeing more renters throughout all of our municipalities. Especially as it's becoming less and less affordable to purchase a home. People will not sell it, they'll rent it if they have to move somewhere else for a time or something like that. I'm just wondering if maybe the time is right to start asking those questions at the league level. Should I call Cameron? Is that the thing?
To quote what you said, he said back to you, we're not gonna undo a preemption, right?
No.
I mean, but yeah.
Yeah, we're not gonna do a preemption. I'm just wondering if other cities are concerned about it, because the league would be the way to find out if other cities are seeing this as an issue. Okay, could we undo a preemption if all the cities banded together? No.
No, that wouldn't be enough.
All right. What should we do now with this? So you've heard us talking and you've given us really good information. What should the next thing be?
We'll wait for an action.
Wait for an action alert from the league.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are we all signed up to get those action alerts from the league? Okay. Okay, so do we need to pinky swear that we'll jump on it when those come through?
If someone sees one, they share it with the rest of us who don't miss it.
Yes.
Okay.
That's true.
Okay, that sounds good.
Speaking from experience, don't send one from a year ago to everyone.
Oh, that is safety too.
I was just making sure it didn't come back.
Yeah. Yeah. All
Get the
right.
strike.
That was
That was genius.
Yeah, somehow
Shows up in your email a year later.
Well, I just was searching for action alert, you know, I wanted to make sure I didn't miss them, and I caught one from a year before, and I riled the council all up, and Kurt Bramble's all ticked at me like, we took care of this last year. I'm like, oh, I don't know.
I did that too. It's good multitasking too many things.
All right. Well, and you'll just keep us updated once the legislative session kicks off, like when you catch your breath.
Be sure the league keeps sending action alerts.
Okay. Yeah.
I know you like more updates, and LPC is as good as you're gonna get, so I just encourage, if you want an update, that's a weekly meeting with the league staff. If you have a question, call me. I'm not trying to be unhelpful, but I'm reluctant to commit to keeping you updated, because I don't even know what to do with that. But the LPC is a weekly meeting where you'll see the latest that I know generally, and if you have questions, please come ask. I want to be an excellent resource to you. So.
Oh, I was just gonna ask, do you think it would be useful if we had another lobbyist?
I see no need.
Okay,
It
it would just be redundancy.
Absolutely. I mean, with the league priority, I don't know how much extra value we get about lobbyists telling people what they're hearing from our text messages saying the league is opposed. I really don't see that being huge. I think a lobbyist would be most effective in getting money. And if there's a policy change that Provo City wants to do outside the league, they can be helpful to us. And they do. When there's a league issue, I'll sometimes text them and say, hey, this just came in, it's happening at 5 o'clock. I know you only have 45 minutes. Do you mind hitting the halls? And they'll go do that. I'll just say, the league is against this. Here's why. You know, and they're happy to do that. So I don't see the need for another lobbyist.
Okay. You guys do a good job at getting money from the state, so.
It's been fun to see that happen. Yeah.
Okay, Travis?
I was just gonna, I guess along those lines, are there any current initiatives, and if I missed this, I'm sorry, that our lobbyist is dealing with right now or pushing or?
No, we've met with them. We're trying to decide, is there a funding request that makes sense? And is there a policy request that makes sense? You know, again, I would mention it to others. I would love to go get a policy change, even if we just changed one tiniest word in one statute because it didn't make sense. Whether it's you know, whatever. I think it'd be great because we've yet to do that as a team. We've learned how to go get money, but we've never done it. Provo needs this law changed in this way. It'd be really fun to work through that. So however small, I think probably would need to be small for our starters. If there's something we don't like in some law, let's find this.
Just change that $1,000.
Yeah, I think that's in the big category. But yeah. But yeah, would love to do that. I'm looking forward to do that. We again, it's always part of these coalition things where we're in the room helping, but it'd be fun to identify something ourselves and see it through.
Like getting rid of daylight savings time.
Another thing that we tried.
Okay, we need to move on. Next, a discussion regarding vacant properties in the city presented by David Pyle.
Counselors. Long time ago, staff was asked to take a look into what other cities have been doing to address vacant property issues. And so our hope today is to get a little input from the council and see if there's any interest in pursuing any of the things that we found in the further. So I'll start by just telling you a little bit about the issue and what causes it and the definition of a vacant property. Then I'll tell you a little bit about what the city already has and a few possible solutions that you may consider. So what is the issue with vacant, abandoned, unmaintained properties? Well, first of all, they tend to fall into disrepair pretty quickly, which is obviously a safety concern. They also affect the character of the city. On top of that, they are not being put to productive use. And if all of the land in the city was being used to its full potential, how many more homes and businesses could there be in the city? So a lot of things can happen to create a vacant property, but two main themes kind of start to emerge. The first is an inability to renovate. This is property owners who have an older property that they want to renovate and sell or put to use, but lack the means to do it. If anybody was on the council at the time, you may remember the roasted artichoke building from a few years ago. And I'm told that this is the issue that caused that the owner wanted to renovate the building and start a business there, but lacked the funds to do it. The second is unwillingness or inability to sell. And you could divide this into a lot of different subcategories. There are people who simply refuse to sell their property for whatever reason. Maybe they have some sentimental attachment to it. Maybe they're hoping that land prices will increase at some point in the future and they can sell it for more. Sometimes this will also involve lenders who foreclose property and take a long time to resell it. What seems to be more common in Provo is the simple inability to sell. In our observing vacant properties around the city, many of them have for sale signs out front. But how easy is it to sell a renovation project, basically? And of course, obviously, there's nothing that the council can do about that. But you can still hold the property owners accountable for how they maintain that property. So if any action is to be considered, there has to be a clear definition of a vacant property. And so we've been bouncing this back and forth in the office a lot. It's a definition that we're still workshopping, so it's not complete by any means. But we're thinking something along these lines, which is a developed property on which any two of these conditions exist for a period of more than 6 months. So a property where entrances are unsecured against unauthorized entry, so anybody could walk into it. Where there's no active utilities accounts, where there's no visible signs of active maintenance, where the property is not for sale or rent with evidence of active marketing, or where the property is tax delinquent. And this last one, property tax delinquency, has been shown nationwide to be the #1 indicator of a property that's vacant or about to become vacant. So what codes does the city already have? We have City Code 7.01, which amongst other things prohibits visual blights, conditions that negatively affect health or safety, noxious weeds, stagnant water, accumulated junk. The list goes on. And 7.02, which is similar and lays out the process for city inspectors investigating these violations and taking steps to address it. So a few solutions that you might consider. These are based partially on what's been done in other cities and partially on just our own observations from looking at vacant properties here in Provo. The first thing that you might consider is just a simple amendment to city code, which is pretty easily to do, to require that properties be secured against entry, meaning your doors are locked, your windows are closed, there are no broken windows, no way to get in without a key. Prohibit pits or potholes that a person might fall into or step into, and requiring broken fences or walls to be repaired. And we know of at least 2 properties in the city with fences that are laying on the ground,
Like 5.
which obviously
At
makes
least.
them kind of useless.
Not fences.
Another thing that you might consider is a renovation loan fund. probably best administered through the RDA, just like the Home Purchase Plus and the other similar programs that the RDA currently has. And what this would do is it would provide low interest loans to vacant property owners who are renovating their property up to a certain dollar amount. And then the final one, and this is something that's becoming more and more common across the country in cities of all shapes and sizes. One source indicated that there are as many as 3,000 cities in the country with ordinances of this type. The idea here is to pass an ordinance that would require owners of vacant properties to register that property with the city.
So it's just for vacant properties.
Exactly, yes. And pay a registration fee that needs to be renewed annually. So in theory, it becomes a self-sustaining system where the fee pays for the cost of the program. And the goal of the program is to allow for more proactive, more targeted code enforcement. The idea here is that once your property is registered, code enforcement now knows exactly where it is, and they know that they need to drive by every now and again and make sure that there's no junk or weeds or any of the other violations of the ordinances that we previously mentioned. And outside of the city's own efforts to identify those properties, they can also be reported by residents through 311. At which point the owner can be located and notified that they need to register their property. And that's all I have for you. I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, David. Counselor Bogdan.
So with this ordinance, maybe it's one for Scott or Bill, would this ordinance have enough teeth? I mean, if I were to call in X property and you sent them a thing that says, okay, we've noticed that no one is living in this place, or this is a vacant property, now you have to register it with the city. I mean, what's to prevent that? I mean, what's to stop them from not doing it? Would it even be functional? Is it enforceable?
Maybe. There we go. Okay, I really like the idea of a registration program for vacant properties. I know, so I was recently at a national conference for code enforcement officers, and there was a discussion around registrations. It was geared particularly towards foreclosure properties, but a lot of the same issues revolve around those properties. What I think a registration program would do would allow us to have better knowledge of the ownership of the property, and better communication with them, letting them know, hey, you're aware of this being a vacant property, you're aware of the restrictions or what you need to do to keep the property up. Either you're doing it or you're not, and we can enforce directly with that. Some of the issues that we're dealing with right now is actually finding the owners of some of these vacant properties. They're owned by LLCs, one of which is a dissolved LLC. So we have no idea who actually owns the property. And we're going through the different avenues that we have to try to find out who owns a couple of these properties. But the fact that according to county records, it's owned by this LLC, and when we go to the state registration for LLCs in the state of Utah, it's been disbanded. And so it's at times difficult, specifically with vacant properties, to pin down who the owner is and get in contact with them to let them know, hey, there's some things we need to do here. Hey, at least at a minimum, maintain weeds and keep it secure so people aren't entering it.
And how would registration help with that? Because
and that's where I think there will be a similar concern if you don't know who to go to say, hey, you need to register your property.
Right.
That's the same issue that we have currently with our enforcement. But those that we do know who the owners are, we can certainly, I think it will benefit our enforcement process to be able to say, you have this program, you're registered with it, or you need to register with it, and if you don't, then we're gonna come enforce on you for that.
Okay, so I mean, I'm sitting here thinking, okay, if it's an LLC that has money that doesn't care, is it gonna be just like what we're looking at for like illegal duplexes, right? Kind of the same thing that we were talking about with those rental things. Is it gonna be something like, oh, well, it's just a business fee, it's just $100 fine, or that was my point. Is it gonna have
So
enough teeth to
we
do that?
typically pursue criminal charges.
Okay.
So it's not just fining, but there's an individual who's responsible for the LLC is typically taken to court to face potential criminal charges. So as we go through that method of enforcement, it's less of a just cost of doing business when there's
criminal
potential
charges.
involved.
Thank you.
Got a question. So walk me through a famous vacant building in Provo at 920 9th East. Again, I get asked about it all the time. And it's it's a great, big, huge apartment building that looks like it's downtown Detroit, like 20 years ago.
Yeah, I looked to Bill because I know he's been much more direct involved more recently.
What would be helpful is just to know, so what does the city go through? Because it just seems so obvious, like, why doesn't someone do something about that? It's gotta be a liability on so many levels, and yet, could you just help me understand what?
So there have been many contacts made with the property owner. First of all, to secure the building.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
First of all, to secure the building, and then to do something about it in terms of moving forward with a project on the property or demolish the property. After not getting response, and we always got responses, they always responded to us, but when they did secure the building, it didn't stay secure for very long. That's one of the other problems that you're going to discuss in this issue is keeping buildings like this or even just single family homes that are abandoned actually secured is very difficult. After months of trying to get action on this property, we did get in touch with the attorney's office to start working towards court action so the city could go through a process like we did on Roasted Artichoke. In order to be preemptive, we did actually get a contractor to give us a bid on demolishing the building. We have identified the funds to do that, but it's been very difficult to get it to the point where our court would give us permission to do that. Brian can speak more to that than I can, but yes, this has been a very frustrating situation because we've had many residents complain about this because it's because of the location where it's at, it's impacting a lot of properties, a lot of people.
Fire.
So what?
It's been 2 fires so far.
So what recourse does the city have? I mean, you keep talking to them and they just don't respond.
So the current status on this particular property is we have already filed a motion for a court order to allow us to demolish the building at the city's cost. The follow-up step on doing that is we then lien the property so that when it gets sold, we get our money back, right? So there's been conflicting information. This is another one of these ones where the ownership is a little bit in doubt because the original owners were in bankruptcy. There was a potential buyer who was sure he was going to get the money, going to get it. He still thinks he's getting it, but the owners have said they're out of bankruptcy. So we served everybody just in case. Where our hope, kind of like the Roasted Artichoke, was that they wouldn't, because of their financial problems, they wouldn't oppose it and we could get a default judgment, but they have thus far signaled that they're actually going to fight the order to demolish the building because they think they're going to remodel it. So
I like the optimism.
Yes, exactly. So before this last, we started something new yesterday. So I'm going to give you the update before last weekend and then tell you the update as of yesterday. So before last weekend, they had a due date to answer the complaint last Friday. They asked for a 1-week extension and got the extension. So their answer is now due this Friday. Assuming that they actually file an answer to the complaint, then we've got to wait for the court to set a hearing. We've got to go through the whole court process to get an order. Now, so that was the update as of last Friday. Because there was a fire this last weekend, the fire marshal expressed some serious concerns There was a fire. It appears to have been arson. There are nearby townhomes, there's nearby school, there's lots of, so fire marshal yesterday signed an affidavit expressing all of those concerns. We filed a TRO, a preliminary injunction follow-up motion is being filed today. That should trigger a hearing within 10 days, based on these new concerns. Now, we've tried this with some other properties before that also were the subject of arson and not gotten the order. So those facts are not necessarily a guarantee that we're going to get the order. There are some exacerbating factors here that we hope will swing the needle and get us the order anyway. But at this point, it's just a question of letting that process play out.
How long has this been going on, the legal process?
Well, I mean, you know, like I said, the new process, the TRO just got filed yesterday. The original injunction, it's probably only been like a month and a half. Will, does that sound right? Now, there was a long process before that where we were trying to determine the basis for filing the action. We kept hearing that the building was unsafe, but we can't just say the building's unsafe. We need, you know, affidavits, inspections from the building official saying that it's unsafe. So there was a fairly lengthy period where we were going kind of back and forth trying to get the evidence. So I couldn't even speak to when we started looking into it. It's been probably at least 6 months.
About part of a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did we send our inspectors in there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we couldn't just say on the face of it, it's unsafe with all of the broken windows and glass, like that's.
Unsafe is one thing, but to the level where you
Yeah.
bring in a judge to say you can take that down is a whole nother level beyond.
Right.
Because in order to get it
Interesting.
demolished, it has to be structurally unsafe, like it's gonna collapse. If
Yeah,
it's just the broken glass and broken windows, then it's unsafe where we can get an order that says you have to board it up, but not demolish it. But they were already boarding it up, as my understanding, whenever we asked them to. It's just that didn't last very
what kind of fines can we put on them?
long. $1,000.
Is it $1,000 period? We can't do like $1,000 per unit per day, because I think that would be more effective.
Or
Probably not.
$1,000 for the glass, $1,000 for the brick, $1,000.
But I mean, there's
The
so
roof.
many units right there and they're all unsafe. They all are little places where somebody could squat and make a fire or shoot up or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's per property, not per unit, but we do have an open, I didn't ask Anna this morning, but we have an open code enforcement case in addition to the civil case for demolition. And do you know what the status of the civil, of this, Scott?
I believe we were waiting to see exactly what's happening with the civil case. We kind of put things on hold because with the question of ownership and the question of, you know, is it just gonna get resolved by getting demolished? So we're happy to push that through as long as,
One of the further,
right.
and we get, I mean, I would say we should go full steam ahead on both with this
Yeah.
exception. Because of the bankruptcy, we're not allowed to seek monetary damages against somebody that's in bankruptcy.
Okay.
So we can proceed down the code enforcement on criminal, on a criminal basis, but we actually are limited even on the civil fines because of their bankruptcy status. That's my understanding.
The history is helpful, thank you.
So across the street from that one is another property that's been vacant for several years. There was a row of townhomes. They had been stripped, wires sold, they got torn down.
Right.
But now we have a pit full of weeds with fences that are falling down. Yeah. And I've reported that and I'm just told it's an abatement. Not a thing is, well, no, what has changed is campaign signs have been put on the fences that are still upright. But nothing's happening.
So yeah,
and it's been
we sent
over a
notices of
year.
violation. I believe this week we sent the case up to legal to review to send their letter out, because we got no response from the people that we reached out to in an attempt to say, hey, this is a violation.
Aren't they owned by the same people?
That's part of the question.
They were, as of about a year ago, but I'm fixing more.
Okay. If we do a registration type of thing, would it be appropriate to have, anyone who's got a property that they're applying for a demolition permit to be on there, so that if there's a long period of time after they demolish, before they start building, like with the Harris block, that we have that on the list, it's on the radar, and it's just part of the process? Or if your house burns down, like the one in Joaquin, still burnt down, still boarded up, it's been that way for a decade or something.
Very well could be helpful.
Yeah, but I like the idea of pegging it with foreclosure too. So there are different processes that would trigger the need to get on this list, and then you could beg off, right? Or say, I've satisfied these conditions, the property's being appropriately cared for, or it's been sold, it's been developed, and you're off the list. But I want this list. Could we also, and I don't know if this is a matter of feasibility, have a requirement that if you sell a property that's on the list, with that sale, you have to give the city notice of who the new owners are and their contact? Would
I
that
think
work?
that'd be very helpful.
But would they do it? Like, can we tell them you can't sell your property without telling us who you're selling it to?
That's a good question.
Yeah. This is such a mess. So many of the things that we're concerned about are already defined as nuisances. And they're all over the city, but even when I've reported these to 311, they stay like this for years. So would it be helpful to do something new, or would it be more helpful to put more resources and personnel into enforcement? Like, do we already have the tools we need to address this, and we're just lacking the manpower to do it?
So I think a question back is, what is the resolution that is being looked for? For example, the property in Joaquin, boarded up, weeds are cut, as far as, maybe they come back every year and we send a letter out and they clean it up again. With a vacant property, while it may be a technical nuisance, the next step beyond having it secured would be potential demolition, and then we get to the issue of, is it structurally unsound? Can we get a court order to demolish it? It depends on the situation of the property, if it actually doesn't meet the qualifications.
But see, I'm not seeing that nuisances are even being addressed on properties throughout the city. That's
The
my
broken
concern.
glass isn't addressed, the fire's not addressed, the open doors aren't addressed.
And a lot of these are properties that we know at some point a developer had fantastic plans to do something to it. And my understanding is that sometimes zoning will hold off on doing enforcement on properties while they're going through this review process and doing their plans. I don't think we should hold off on addressing nuisances that exist during these month-long processes. Because it seems that a lot of times those plans wither, and then we're left with a nuisance property that gets, changes hands. It's like the Blue Sky Project, right? That's another one with the fences that have fallen down. But they're not doing anything anyway. But falling down, they are a hazard. So Scott, what do we do here? How can we help you fix this? Because we see it and we're frustrated.
And we do the enforcement and get to a point. So granted, some of them have been going on a long time before we started doing enforcement. I can't speak specifically to the complaints we've gone to 311 with and why they've been such a delay. Standing here, I don't know the answer to that. I can definitely look into that. I've talked a lot with my staff recently about getting on things more quickly to make sure that we're addressing the complaints that come through in a timely manner, because I was gonna talk about this in my presentation later, but we've made some administrative adjustments on how cases are assigned to code officers. And in a hope that improvements would be made. A few months into it, I'm not seeing the improvements that I was hoping to see. And so we're gonna be making some adjustments back to what we were doing before. I don't know what additional resources.
But would more
Let me
people
stay
help?
back. What city manager's gonna say no to more people to help level the load across. In part of my presentation, where I'm gonna talk a little bit about potential for an additional code officer. Will more people help? Yes. There are some national standards for property maintenance that in the past, city council hasn't been as open to looking at a broad level. I can certainly review those and come up with a presentation to the council on some potential proposals for that.
So, but do you think that a registry kind of thing would be useful, or would that just be more kind of busy work that actually doesn't help resolve our concerns here? Because I don't want to give you additional work or tasks that aren't going to help you address the problems that our city sees.
I think a lot will depend on how the registration program is set up in the code, what's required, what information is required to be provided to city throughout the process, if they're applying or in the event of the property transferring ownership. I think it's a great idea to be able to have the requirement that the owner provide that information. That way, if they don't, I mean, we can definitely pursue charges against the previous owner for not providing that information. Because it's a requirement in code, so if they didn't follow that requirement, then we can look at that as a violation of city code.
But I think many of the properties you're most focused on, those owners are not gonna register.
No, but I would imagine we should be able to put properties on the list and send them a bill.
Yes, and I think something that we can do before we even talk about hiring more people is that the enforcement officers are assigned to geographical areas. To me, those enforcement officers should be spending enough time in the field, have an inventory of those properties that they know of. Because it's their area, it's the one they should be driving daily. Okay, so to me, we should have an inventory of this that we're working on constantly, updating constantly anyway. To me, I think you raised a good point that we should not wait because something's in a development review process. Those guys back in the development review process. We shouldn't wait on enforcing on that. If it meets any of those nuisance criteria, we should cite it and we should move on.
Right, it's kind of like where, if you disturbed a hillside and you're in violation, then it's gonna cost you twice to get your permit. Could we not be doing something like that with these?
I don't think so. It's a better question for Brian. We're so limited on what we can find and how we can assess. She was asking if we can charge double fees for somebody who's got a violation on the property that's in a review process.
Double fees for what? For their legitimate thing? Well, I mean, we've already got,
If they're coming to us asking for something with a property that's in a violation that they've been notified of and that they have not cured, and then they're asking the city to give them permission to do something different.
I mean. Well, we've already got our provision that says they can't proceed on the property that is in violation. We haven't linked that to other properties yet, because I think that creates a takings problem.
But
So
what if some of us wanted to take bad properties and make them good?
then let's do it. You just gotta come up with the public purpose that you're gonna put them to.
Okay. Yeah,
So
and
you-
not make everybody hate me.
So you can condemn the building on 920. You just gotta have you just gotta decide what you're gonna do with it.
Mhm.
Don't we need another?
Okay, we're over our time. If who's, anyone wants a motion on this, what's our next step?
Thank you all for indulging me on this. I'm like really head up about it. Thank you.
Well, I like the idea of the registration. If we can look at tweaking it to your satisfaction so that it actually becomes the tool that you want it to be. I mean, it's not a silver bullet, doesn't sound like. But it sounds like it's better than not having it.
And has legal looked at this, Brian? Have you looked at this to see if there's any better policy or legislation that you need to
Well, I
work?
think,
I mean, they have been for years. These
Yeah.
things have been dangerous for years.
right. David and I have talked about this several times. I mean, I think the registration idea is great. As a general concept, you know, as he said, we're still kind of vetting what the definition would be. I pushed back a little bit on the two of these things for the past 180 days thing, because from a practical standpoint, that means you have to monitor the property for 180 days to actually know that they've met the two conditions, and you can't start until 180 days after you first notice the problem. Now, having said that, David will be quick to point out I didn't provide a good alternative for that. I just mentioned that was my concern with doing it that way. So I think I'm wholly supportive of the principle. I think it's not something we'll have you language for in 2 weeks, because I think there's things that need to be vetted about the details.
Okay, so today what we could do is a motion that would indicate that we're in favor of doing a registration type of thing, but all of the details for the resolution and the requirements will still need to be worked out and will need to come back to us. I make that motion.
I'll second that.
Okay. I did not set a timeline on that because I think we're not getting that done before the end of the year, and we'll be hitting into budget, so.
Okay, any discussion on the motion?
I just have one. Scott, will you be aiding them in creating this? Because it needs to be helpful
Yeah,
for
I'd
you.
be absolutely happy to be involved in the creation of it.
Okay, are you okay with him doing that? Because I need to set up something that he comes back and he's like, you guys are all crazy.
Yeah,
On the record.
okay, okay.
All right, let's take a vote on the motion. Counselor Garrett,
Yes.
Counselor Handley,
Yes.
Counselor Hoban,
Yes.
Counselor McKay, yes, Counselor Whipple,
Yes,
Counselor Bogdan,
Yeah.
Counselor Christensen.
Yes.
All right, thanks, guys. The next item is a discussion and update on code enforcement technology and staffing, like presented by Scott Johnson.
Try to make my presentation quick so we can have any discussion that you guys want to have more about code enforcement. There we go. Okay, so I was asked to talk a little bit about ADU enforcement, which I'll just preface right now. I've got a report that I'm finalizing, will be to you shortly, that discusses code enforcement cases, ADU applications, special use process applications, where things are with that. I'll do kind of a brief overview of the process as well, so you guys have that if you want more details, or after that report comes out to you, I'm happy to come back and discuss more. So we'll skip over that for now. Technology. So I was asked to look into technology that could help with code enforcement, specifically surrounding finding rental properties in the city that are not licensed. And so one suggestion from the council came to look at potentially using artificial intelligence. I also was able to find 2 companies that do software data scraping that can do data scraping for long-term rentals. A lot of these types of companies specify in short-term rental data scraping. I reached out to a lot of them to see if they'd be willing or able to do long-term rental data scraping. A lot of them said no. I was able to find 2 that said yes. The initial presentation that I gave to the council staff, I was finalizing the presentation when I got in contact with the Azora software owner. And so the presentation itself doesn't have the numbers and the quote that I received after this presentation. So I have the numbers to present on what they are willing and able to do for us as an alternative. So really quick, with AI, There are some benefits and drawbacks to using AI in general. Some of the biggest drawbacks that I found are the data that you find through or that comes through AI does need to be looked through to verify that it is actually correct. And we'll talk about that in a little more detail in a second. And sometimes these AI robots, whatever they're technically called, don't have access to databases that are in that are used by websites because of whatever
Proprietary.
Yeah, correct. So getting access to data that we're looking for, it can be difficult. So a little bit quick rundown of my experience. I went to a training that our own IT department provided. And after that training, I kind of did a little exercise to see if I could find rental properties in Provo. If it can tell me, where these rental properties are in Provo. And it gave me a list that looked pretty legit on the outset. And so I said, all right, great, give me more, give me more, give me more, give me more. And so I did that a few times to get a pretty exhaustive list. And then I said, okay, now give me the property owner information. And it said, well, I don't have access to that, so I can't give you that information, but you can go to the county records and search it. So access to data can be a little bit difficult. And then in looking through the data that it was giving me, I noticed a few addresses that were suspect. They were cross sections of roads, 100 east, 400 south. I knew that that was not a legitimate property. So I did, well, one thing I was trained in our training with IT to do is ask IA, hey, did you make up any of this data? And so I asked that question. I said, no, I didn't make up any addresses, but the addresses I provided are generated based on, or from a mix of plausible patterns and formulas.
Well,
So
yes,
they,
I did
they
make it up.
didn't give, on all of the data, they didn't give actual addresses. Some of it was just, this is what it could be like based on how addressing is generally done in Provo. So using AI as a tool to find rental properties that are advertised online, it would still require a fair amount of staff sources to go through and vet those addresses that are found through that to make sure that they are, first of all, actually properties, addresses that correspond with properties in Provo, and second, to check to see if they have a license or not. So just as a point of reference, the annual cost for to register for AI an account is $240, which is a very minor amount. Rentalscape. This is one big company that does a lot of short-term rental data scraping. When I reached out to them about doing long-term rental data scraping, they said, yes, we can do that. And they provide me with a quote. The cost that they quoted me is $12,000 a year. They would provide a database where we can go in and run reports on all the properties that are in Provo that are advertised on various websites.
So it does use a ton of different different websites to data sets.
Well, so there's the thing, it's not a ton. They after I got the quote, I had some discussion with them. I was like, okay, what exactly is it that you're planning on doing? What websites are you going to be scraping and providing to me? And they came back with, the MLS, the Rentler, they would do Rentler.com, Redfin.com, and Zillow, which
KSL is huge.
Yeah.
exactly, that was my concern. And I talked specifically about doing something like KSL, like, I don't think we have a way in our system to actually scrape the data from KSL.
Okay.
From a local classified website like that. So an additional tool that they're willing to do is an outreach campaign where they would send 3 levels of letters to property owners that would be approved by us. We already have that kind of as a standard process in our system of sending a notice of violation, then sending a legal letter, and then sending a summons to court. So while this could be a potentially good tool to use, it's $7.50 per property. And so it's a potentially cheaper than having staff do it, but at the same time, the data that they're providing isn't cross-referenced against our system for what properties are already licensed. So we would still have to go through and verify which properties they're sending to us are registered or not with our licensing program. Now, while I was at the National Conference for Code Enforcement, I ran into a gentleman who saw my Provo logo on my shirt and said, "Hey, I went to BYU. I've got a lot of connections in Provo. What are you guys doing? What can I help you with?" The gentleman had started a business doing short-term rental data scraping, sold it to a bigger company, recently came out of his non-compete clause and has started a new business now. And so I talked to him about the needs of going after the long-term rentals that are not licensed in the city. And after talking for a couple days back and forth with him, he said, "Yeah, I think we can do it." He talked to his developers and said, "Yeah, we can do that."
Can you do KSL?
Yes.
Oh.
He said specifically that he would do, starting off, he'd do apartments.com and KSL. And the price that he quoted me was $9,500 to do that. He also said if there are other websites that in the future he's able to start data scraping, he will add those in for free. The other organization said that would be additional cost to develop more scraping robots to go after other websites. So,
And you still have a database and everything like.
yeah, and we can send him our database of what properties are rented,
So he doesn't
have
duplicate.
active licenses, and he'll just send us the properties that aren't already licensed in our city. So he's willing to do some of the work for us so that he gives us a clean slate of information where we can just say, all right, we're gonna go and send a blanket of letters to these property owners and say, hey, guess what? You need a rental dwelling license.
Is this too good to be true? Like does he really have it together to be able to deliver?
He's Kurt Collamore's best friend. It's just.
He's who?
I said he's Kurt Collamore's best friend that Rachel was saying she was going to become friends with later.
Oh.
I don't know, he's done a startup company
Yeah.
before, sold it off, and is doing another startup company doing this. He went through talking with developers, showed me, he did a quick scrape of apartments.com, and that's, I think, on my next slide.
I don't think you should be able to sell this to universities, cities, everything.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Apartments.com, he found between 600 and 700 units, just did a quick, in that evening, scrape of Provo on apartments.com. Getting a little ahead of myself here, but with some of the numbers that I ran, looking at our current staffing, how many licenses we process on an annual basis. If we assume 10% of those units are unlicensed, that would bring in an additional 150 approximate new licenses into the city. That's a rough number that I don't have any basis for the 10% because we haven't done any scraping to know how many properties in the city are not licensed. Step back really quick. So yeah, I guess, yeah, I mentioned that, so we'll keep going ahead. If we see with the data scraping, if we see between a 10 to 30% increase in rental licenses, one part-time employee would be able to help manage that increase. Between 30 and 50, 2 or more part-time staffs could help with that. If the increase is over 50%, we definitely need one full-time employee to help with that great increase in RDL applications. So just so you're aware, full-time employee budget cost is $92,132. I apologize, the number put in here was just a placeholder that I missed.
I was gonna say, that was gonna
The actual cost for a part-time employee for a code enforcement officer, assuming 20 hours of work a week, is $18,302. Now, because some of the numbers that I have were not available at the time, I'm going to skip over that and hand out what is the actual numbers comparing the two systems and whether it's full-time or part-time employees.
Okay, what about the idea, Scott? Like, we've talked about this before, of having one full-time person. I don't know if they work in customer service or with you, but just to watch RDLs and the renewals and comparing finding the addresses of tax notices where people are sending their tax notices elsewhere. So that you can, and as another way to track places that don't have an RDL.
Yeah, so as a part of an answer to that question, you'll notice on the sheet I handed out, I circled the option of one full-time employee using Azora software to do the data scraping. And that's the total cost of hiring one full-time employee and using that software for 1 year. Looking at the numbers that I quoted you, a 10% increase is about a 35% increase of license applications. So potentially 1 to 2 part-time employees could manage that increase. As I was looking at this, I was also aware of the fact that there's discussion coming before the council in the near future about requiring disclosure documents to be provided to the city ahead of time, along with, the rental license application and managing that. I wanted to kind of capture that added need potential into this soft request. This isn't a hard request at this point. This is just a soft request letting you know this. If this is an avenue you want, that you think this city staff should go down, here's what the cost is.
Yeah, like, so we need someone to manage those, actually checking on the owner occupancy, which we haven't been doing, documents. And to, I
So
think there's a
we-
lot more that's gonna go into RDLs than has in the past.
Right, so we do check on our occupancy on ADUs.
But we don't require the documents to be sent.
Okay,
You know
I see what
what
you're
I mean?
saying.
Like,
Yeah,
we're not really filing.
managing the paperwork.
We're not keeping RDLs on file. We're not, you know what I mean?
I'm not sure what you
Do we
mean by
keep
this.
RDL? You don't have everyone's RDL on file. You have people keep them and you they have to be able to
The
present.
disclosure documents?
Uh-huh.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, I mean, we
Yeah,
wanna
at this
treat-
point, how the code is written, we only ask for it when we have a reason to believe that there's an.
Are we changing that though?
It may not go as fast as I was hoping.
Well, all of that code is changing next week.
Right.
Well, next council meeting when it comes on November 19th. So that will all be required. So I think, yeah. So will you need additional staff? with
I mean,
the
that's gonna take
new code
extra.
changes
So
that
pay
are
one
coming
per-
on November 19th.
Right, so the request for one full-time employee here is anticipating a small increase in rental license applications coming in on an annual basis due to the data scraping, as well as the additional need for managing the things that are coming with the code change that you'll be addressing in the future council meeting.
So do we anticipate that the increase rental dwelling licenses will cover this position? Or will we have to find extra funding for it?
I don't believe that it would cover it based on the nominal fee that's
But we're doing our study
Doing-
to
right.
increase. And I think
which, if the fee changes, potentially, yes.
Great.
First of all, thank you for working on this. This to me is pivotal for the city. I mean, as we look forward to the next 5-10 years, this idea of owner occupancy is a must. So I like the start that we're getting. And my concern is we're thinking about this problem like we currently manage our current enforcement. I was asking the question when we were talking earlier as a council, if we were to go out 5 years from now or 10 years from now, how will we be managing it then? And to actually reimagine, re-engineer how we think about this. So the use of AI, no, you would never put into AI, hey, who's violating? You could create your own specific large language model for the city of Provo, and you could manage every single property with the proper data scraping. And I'm not suggesting 2 or 3, I'm suggesting 19. And maybe we don't hire someone at 101, maybe we should be paying them 250. You get the right prompt engineer who can actually use AI and use these things. They could actually do remarkable things. What I learned from the AI course that was done here, which is remarkable, by the way, so good. It's like having 10 interns. And I have found in my business that is true. I've now got 10 interns. And like interns, you have to check their work. But the amount of work and the way the multiplier that this is a total game changer. Here's what again, just as I recall from the meetings we had, the discussions we had, and then the meetings that Leah had, that what we are looking for is enhanced enforcement of owner-occupied ADUs, over occupancy violations, and rental license application compliance, both landlord and renter. And right now, it's a very labor-intensive process. We get this right, you may not need 4, you may need 1 really good person with the right software. I'm not saying you let everyone go. I'm just saying that's the kind of potential that is here. You've got I'm sure you looked at other ones. You've got Redfin, you've got Atom. There's a lot of different sources. And to be able to get the right kind of workflow so that we actually know with certainty, or like 90%, we know exactly how many ADUs there are in the city. We know exactly how many are in compliance. We know exactly. So it's a whole different kind of dashboard we would be looking at. Now, you still need people to go out and check in the field and things like that, but the kind of multiplier that this could be, I think, could just be tremendous. So while I think this is a good start, I don't see how the things you're talking about help us with some of the things, or solve necessarily hiring someone and having some licenses. I'm not sure solve the issue of how do we know if someone, we talked about the workflow of, can we make owner occupancy a privilege that you proactively have to demonstrate? So each year, someone who owns an ADU proactively has to provide some sort of documentation. And again, this is the kind of thing that can go into a database. And this is where AI is just exceptional. You don't have to have someone going through all that stuff. That's the real power of AI. And my concern is that this is kind of rearranging what we've already got. I'm asking the question, should we rethink what we're doing so that we could actually do much more efficiently and much more effectively with greater certainty? And my goodness, if we're able to do that, that would be worth, I'll pay $300,000. I'll pay $400,000. Because I think we could make the business case. Because I think we can make the business case for it. No, you'd have to make the business case, obviously. So I think we're on the right start. I would love to see a double click on this and come out. And again, I'm happy to be a part. There's probably others who would be interested in being a part as well. But I'm not, it's starting to scratch the itch, but it's not helping me feel like, we could nail what the owner occupancy is here in Provo. We can nail that. We can know with a 98% certainty, every listing and every buyer and every seller could match. And I'm not saying it would be cheap. I just think it could be incredibly effective. And so I'd love to continue to double click on that. I think this is a good start, and I think we need to go much further. And I may be the only person who feels like that, but if we can't resolve this issue of illegal owner occupancy, which, again, I know a lot of work is going on in this area, but I think the staff that we have is overworked for the task at hand. They need better tools, and we might need 10 people, 8 people. I don't know. But to me, this wasn't a matter of just let's hire someone else and let's give them some tools. I was hoping that we could actually get some different workflow and some actually different, very different outcomes. And I may be the only person who was thinking that.
Craig, it may be worth your time to sit down with this software developer that Scott has encountered and just have a conversation and say, this is my vision. You've got these kind of tools, you know what's out there in the software industry. How do we make this happen? And, you know, maybe that's the key, is him developing whatever software we need, because you can't tell me we are the only university
Yeah.
city in
Struggles
this.
with this.
Yes, yes, and it would be marketable to those different ones.
Yeah.
I'm just saying maybe that's the direction we probably should go.
Yeah.
If that's what you're thinking.
And before people get all twisted, I'm not suggesting that the work that's being done now isn't extraordinary. It is. I just feel like we, again, are at a machine gun fight with switchblades. You're just outgunned. You know, it's, how can you keep up? And so I'd like to give our staff the tools that they need and bring in talent that maybe we don't have. Now, again, maybe it's Onstead, then let's have them do this. But there are, again, prompt engineers. This is the wave, the future. And you learn how to use AI, it is a force multiplier. I mean, I sit in conferences and listen to what companies are doing, where they're taking, you know, the kind of impact that this sort of software is having. Again, it's a game changer. And so sorry to go off on that, but
there's no doubt that, I mean, on violations, I get hit up 5 to 10 times per house. Like, it's not a one-time thing. It's going too long. It's going too far. They're never fixed. And then they say they're fixed and they're filled up again with 10 students after a month, after the, you know, when they're supposedly in, like, it's an endless thing. It's exhausting. We are out of time anyway, so I do think I like your idea to continue this.
Yeah, I'd love to see you push on this, but I just wanted to make sure, and again, maybe I'm off and no one else cares, then I'll shut up. I won't bring this up again. But it seems like this owner occupancy is a big deal. And if we could give your staff the tools to nail it, wow, that's an opportunity.
It's Travis.
I kind of have an opposite perspective. I would say there's a kind of the law of diminishing returns here. I think if we could pay $10,000 and get 75% of, you know, the properties that are in violation, I would take that over $400,000 that gets us 99%. So I don't know. I don't want to over-engineer this or overdo this. I think, plus, you know, there's only so many. I don't know. It just seems like there would be some diminishing returns there at some point.
At some point there would be.
I kind of like the idea of taking this proposal and starting on this now, like using this as Zora, getting the person in and starting to work on it, but continuing to see what we can do with your vision, because I don't want to delay more. You know, because maybe it's to what Travis is saying. We've got something that will help right now. I say we start that, but we don't assume that that's going to solve it and be good enough. We keep looking for the bigger solutions. Because I think you're right. I think we do need to re-envision things. I think our people may be getting kind of frustrated and tired, and maybe if we have a newer vision, it could be helpful. And bringing in that new energy could help revitalize the people who we've got right now, who may not feel as supported or may feel like they've got a Herculean task that's impossible.
Well, we know that the processes aren't working.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, so that means changing the whole processes, because when the same places are never done and people give up reporting, and places have been happening for 5 years, 10 years, and we keep hearing this over and over in all different parts of the city, it's like the process has to change somehow.
Yeah, because we've already identified this as a first step, but I say this is a first step, this is not a final step. And we start climbing Craig's ladder.
Gary? Oh, George first?
Well, you had mentioned you were going to be sending us an ADU report. Is that through an email? So you're gonna send that through email?
Yes.
The only reason I ask is it seems like it might be folded into this conversation potentially, but I don't know. So, because there might be ramifications in that report that could be enhanced by whatever AI or whatever software help we get or whatever potential employee we're looking at hiring. So I don't know if we want to wait until we see that at least, but I do like the idea of not waiting too long. Yeah, I don't mind reimagining things at all. I mean, I'm not opposed to anything Craig said. I mean, I'm probably not willing to pay $400,000 salary for it, but I'm, the only issue I'm skeptical about is that I think too much of Provo functions on word of mouth, and I don't think we'll ever find software that tracks word of mouth. I just worry, that's always gonna be, and I don't know what percentage that is, but you know, people sell homes and people rent basements and they
Just the sign up on the road.
they're just
Every
talking to
work
people
Facebook
and
group.
nobody ever has to post anything. So we're never gonna get to the bottom of that. I think we just have to figure out what to do about that problem in a different way also, but I don't think enforcing against word of mouth is possible.
Okay, we really do need to close this up, like we're way behind, and we have a closed meeting. So.
So we're gonna move forward with the software that he's recommending. I'm gonna put Craig in touch with that engineer to make sure it's covering what you want. We don't need a budget presentation appropriation for that. I'll find it in my budget. We'll just at least keep going in that direction. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay,
Thanks, Scott.
we'll be talking again later.
All right, we do have a closed meeting. Brian, could you please?
Yes, we do have one topic, it has to do with reasonable imminent litigation, so state statute allows us to close the meeting for that purpose, so a motion will be approved.
I so move.
All right. We will move to a closed meeting.
No,
You gotta vote.
Okay, we'll move to a closed meeting. Hoban.
Yes.
Bogdan. Yes. Garrett.
Yes.
McKay, yes. Whipple. Yes. Hanley.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
Yes, I hear you.
Recording stopped.
That's it.